This is Audible.
The Billionaire's Fake Girlfriend, Part 3. Written by Sierra Rose. Narrated by Marion Hussey. Chapter 1. Finding out you're pregnant can be a huge, massive shock when it's unplanned. And telling my partner, that made me even more of a nervous wreck, and I was already an emotional wreck. How was he going to react? It was hard to think when so many emotions were flooding through me. I gripped Marcus's hands. "Baby, I'm pregnant." His jaw dropped. "Wait, what? What did you just say?" "I'm having a baby. Our baby. I know this is unexpected and sudden, but I knew I needed to tell you right away." "But I thought you were on birth control," he said. "I was, but it happened anyway. And I swear I took those pills like clockwork. But still, there is a tiny chance you can get pregnant. Damn, maybe I should play the lotto." He touched my stomach. "You're—" "Yes," I whispered. "Really?" I smiled as he tried to process my words. "Welcome to fatherhood." "I'm going to be a father?" he asked. I nodded. "Yes." He wrapped his arms around me as excitement overwhelmed him. I could tell how happy he was by the tears welling in his eyes. "I'm nervous, but I'm super happy." "You're happy about this? I thought you'd be furious with me." "I'm a little scared, confused, and shocked. But how could I ever be mad at you? It might not be planned, but a child is a blessing." "I'm still trying to process it myself," I said. "Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it all means." "It means you'll have to drink less beer and play fewer video games." He laughed. We both stared at each other in complete and utter disbelief. "I wasn't sure how you'd want to handle this," I said. "We do have choices or options, but I want us to decide what to do together." He softly touched my stomach and pondered. "There's another life growing inside of you. He or she is going to gradually develop into a person with a unique personality, interests, and talents. I want to meet my son or daughter." His gaze narrowed. "Rebecca, I don't want you to get an abortion. I know it's your decision, and I'll stand by whatever you choose. But please think about this long and hard. But whatever you choose, I will respect it." "I was talking about adoption." "I'm not giving our child away for somebody else to raise." I clutched my heart. "I'm kind of freaking out here. How am I going to do this?" He wrapped his arms around me and spoke words of encouragement. "You're not alone, and I'm gonna be there every step of the way." I clung to him. "Things just changed big time. Nothing will ever be the same again, and we don't even really know each other. Are we ready to handle something like this?" He pondered, then let out a long breath. "It's a bit of a shock, but it's about time I grew up anyway. I'm gonna be a man, Rebecca. I'm gonna take care of this baby. I'm gonna be a damn good father. No nannies. All hands on." He seemed so sincere, and I nodded. I knew the stakes were high when I met this amazing woman who literally blew my mind, he said. "And I know I don't want to lose her. Not ever. So I started getting my act together because I don't want to lose the most wonderful thing in my life." I smiled and he continued. "I miss you when I'm not with you. When I'm not with you, all I do is think about you. When I think about you, I just want to be with you. When I'm with you, it's like all of my dreams have come true." He softly touched my cheek. "I love you." "I love you too," I said. "And every time I see you, I just want to hold you in my arms and never let go. I had lots of depressing days before you came along, but I know one thing for sure. You're worth waking up for. And having a baby with you, it's the most exciting thing ever. I kissed his lips, and we shared a gentle kiss. I touched my stomach. I can't believe I'm going to have a baby. I'm gonna be a dad. And I'm gonna be a mom. I smiled as he kissed my lips. Let's confirm your pregnancy by having an ultrasound, Marcus said, and then we can meet with a pregnancy counselor to discuss our situation. I nodded. Chapter 2. Marcus got me into the doctor's office right away. I developed a little game to pass the times in my life when I had to face difficult situations. The game was this. I'd shut my eyes, just for a second, and think of a time before. Any time, it didn't matter. Studying at the library, renting my first car, coming home after a bad date. Anything. I'd focus all my energy on that one little thought. And for a moment, just a moment, I would forget what was happening. Then I would open my eyes and snap back into reality. Lie back, the tech instructed, guiding my feet onto the padded exam table. Now try to relax. This is going to be a little cold. Try to relax. How? I did as she asked, but closed my eyes. Part of me was scared to death. 2 tiny tears squeezed past my fierce defenses, but I wiped them away before they reached my hair. There was an icy sensation. I'm just spreading some gel on, she said. I gritted my teeth and tried to ignore it as the tech babbled on about her 4 dogs and 2 cats. Marcus came in. Sorry, I had to take that phone call. You didn't miss anything, I said. He came over and held my hand. Good. The technician and Marcus talked for a bit while she glided a handheld device across my stomach, creating a little pressure, but it didn't hurt. See the white or gray areas in the images? She asked. That shows bone and tissue, while dark areas show liquid, such as the amniotic fluid around the baby. Oh, I said. Suddenly, I heard a swishy sound. Blood flowing through the umbilical cord or placenta. I could hardly contain my excitement. It sounds like a train going through a tunnel. It sounds like wind blowing through the trees. I jumped when suddenly I heard a faint heartbeat. Is that the baby? The technician nodded with enthusiasm. My eyes widened in awe. It's faster than mine. When I closed my eyes and focused, I could hear the heartbeat grow stronger. It sounded like a herd of horses galloping in water. I smiled widely as I met his gaze. My eyes welled with tears at Marcus's emotion. I could tell he was just as touched as I was. It was like we had this special bonding moment. We had created a human life. We could hear its heartbeat. It was beyond amazing. I love you so much, I said. He cupped my cheek. I love you too. I can't do this without you, I whispered. I just can't. What makes you think you will ever have to? He kissed me on the lips, and when I tried to speak, he held a finger to my mouth. Before I met you, I thought I had everything I would ever need to make me happy. Then you walked into my life and changed everything. I should have bought you a coffee that first day I met you. He grinned. You were so stubborn, strong, and independent, and I loved the way you stood up to me. I knew right then, in that very moment, that there was something special about you. And it was in that instant that I realized how empty my life was without somebody like you in it. He gazed longingly into my eyes. Don't you see? You brought my dead heart back to life. I love you, and I will never let you go." Tears welled up in my eyes. "You're giving me goosebumps." We both watched the technician as she glided the device over my stomach and fussed with the computer. "Ah, here we go," the technician said suddenly. I turned my head. "You're about 6 weeks along. You see that little flicker? That's the heartbeat." I stared blankly at the screen, trying to understand how something so small had upturned my entire life so completely in just 24 hours. It was exciting, but scary. "Do you see your baby?" She pressed again, leaning toward me excitedly. "Yeah, I can see the baby." "She's small," Marcus said. "Or he." "Is that normal?" I asked. The tech gave me a comforting squeeze. "It's incredibly difficult to understand what you're looking at when the fetus is still so small. Don't worry, everything looks normal. In 9 months, you'll both have a beautiful baby." She pushed her chair back and flipped off the screen, handing me a towel. "Give me a minute to get you a picture." I glanced up in a daze, still wiping off the cool gel. "I'm sorry, what?" "A sonogram. We can print out what we just saw if you'd like to take it home." Yeah, that would be wonderful. Thank you." The doctor came in and did a quick look at everything. Dr. Collins said everything looked good. She gave me a small smile and started pressing some buttons as the printer whirled in the background. "So, we're going to want to see you every month to make sure everything's progressing as it should. Do you have any questions?" 2 more tears ventured out, but I quickly wiped them away. "I have millions of them, but right now I can't think. I need some time to process this. Thanks, though." She turned to Marcus. "Would you mind if I talk to Rebecca alone?" "Sure, Dr. Collins. I'll be in the waiting room." He left. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "I thought maybe you might like to ask some questions without your boyfriend around." We talked for a few minutes, and she reassured me that everything looked great. My baby was healthy. The tech came in and went to grab the photograph. Wow, I was a new mother. The word hit me like a blow to the stomach, and I half doubled over, grabbing the edge of my chair for support. Would I make a good mom? I didn't know anything about babies. I wasn't even in a long-term committed relationship. What if I'm a single mom? Marcus said he'd stick around, but that didn't mean he would. My own dad took off after Max and I were born. What if Marcus repeated history and I was left to raise this child on my own like my mother had to raise me? I couldn't even pay my rent. How could I do this? I wanted to give my baby everything, but could I? I had all the thoughts a new mother would think roll across my mind. I was having a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. The room was closing in on me. Mother to an infant, possibly a son or a daughter. New words started creeping into my vocabulary at an alarming rate, and I closed my eyes, breathing in through my mouth and out through my nose, a technique my mother always had me do when I was stressed about school or feeling faint. That's right, my mother, because I was still a child myself. I couldn't exactly go about having one. At that moment, the tech dropped the photograph into my hand. I gazed at it lovingly, tilting it first one way, then another. My gosh, that's my baby. Everything looks fine. The technician smiled. Both you and the baby are progressing exactly how you should. I nodded. I'm so pleased to hear that. But I can't breathe. Another nurse or technician peeked her head in. She leaned her head over and tried to coax a smile. There's a handsome man in the waiting room asking about you. Yeah, he's with me. My voice was small and cracked, fraying around the edges no matter how hard I tried to keep from unraveling. "Boyfriend?" she guessed conversationally, handing me a brochure. "Fiancé, actually." And if she knew how fucked up the whole thing was, she'd stop asking questions. Her face brightened. "Oh, that's wonderful. When's the big day?" "We're still working out all the details." "Okay, looks like we're done here," the first technician said. "Thank you for everything." I anxiously left, bumping into the trash can as I stumbled blindly toward the door. The second I was out in the hall, I leaned back against it, trying to catch my breath, only to fall back inside as she opened it again herself. Blushing like a fire engine, I mumbled another dozen apologies and took off down the hall like a scared rabbit. I barely noticed Marcus as he bolted to his feet the second he saw me. He'd taken up position right next to the huge, calming fish tank, a tactical vantage point from which he could see both the registration counter and the door. I hardly noticed when a random nurse called out my name. I was too busy making a beeline for the outside. It wasn't until a security guard actually caught me by the arm that I looked up in surprise. Miss," the man said kindly. "I think they're trying to get your attention." He spun me gently back around, and I saw both Marcus, the tech, and two nurses standing wide-eyed by the counter. The double entrance doors opened behind me, and the accompanying breeze that swept inside made me shiver. That's when I realized I was still wearing the medical gown. "Hey, sweetie." Marcus smiled anxiously, squeezing my shoulder. I blinked in confusion, glancing around me as the heavy truth settled in once more. "I'm having a panic attack," I said. "Just try to breathe slowly," he said. "I'm trying." He held my hand. "It's okay." "I better get dressed," I said. "I think I'm losing it." "Catch your breath first," he reassured me. "Okay." When I stabilized, I went back to the room. All at once, the tears that I had so staunchly kept at bay came down in a flood. I sobbed, covering my face and bringing my knees up to my chest. The door opened, and a couple of nurses came in with Marcus. Two of the three faces took a nervous step back, but Marcus bravely lingered, trying to stroke my hair before I cringed. "It's all right," he murmured comfortingly. "No, I mean that this is real. I'm actually pregnant." With that, I really let go. The rest of the world fell away as I wept without shame. I tugged at the pillow on the head of the chair to cover my face, but quickly realized it was attached, and settled for just twisting myself onto my stomach and hanging on for dear life. Two pairs of footsteps hastened away as the door opened and shut, and before I knew what was happening, Marcus had curled up next to me. Despite my strange leanings toward despondency and blame, I grabbed his arms and wrapped them around me, intertwining my own and hugging them all tightly around my stomach as I doubled over and sobbed. His face pressed against the back of my head, and I could feel his warm breath against my neck. After a while, I calmed down enough to take in details of the world around me. The chair was clearly designed for only one person, so Marcus had awkwardly perched, keeping one leg on the floor to hold himself up. The nurse and tech had cleared out, and judging by the tiny blinking red light above the door, clinics like this had their own version of the "Do Not Disturb" sign. Feeling about as frail as tissue paper, I twisted around and stared at his face. He looked as pale as I felt, wild, panicked eyes, keeping it together under only a very thin layer of control. But while he was clearly on the edge of a nervous breakdown himself, all his thoughts were for me. "Can I get you anything?" he murmured anxiously. "Would you like some water?" I couldn't answer. With trembling fingers, I pulled the sonogram from where it had slipped from my fist and wedged into the chair beneath me. "We're having a baby," I whispered, holding it up. Without seeming to think, he reached out to touch it, stopping just before the tips of his fingers grazed the edge. "I'm going to be a dad," he breathed aloud, leaning closer to get a better look. A lump rose in my throat. "Our child was conceived in a global deception, an international fraud." The breathless crying was giving an unintentional comical edge to everything I was saying, and despite my best efforts to be understood, Marcus smiled faintly. "Are you trying to make me feel better? How can you joke at a time like this?" "I'm not joking," I wailed. "I'm serious." The smile faded as I set the sonogram onto the mobile table that held the little screen. "I can't be a mom. I can't do this," I gasped. "What am I going to do?" His fingers laced suddenly through mine, and I stared up in surprise at the fierce determination written all over his face. "We are going to do this together. I'm going to be there for you every step of the way, no matter what you decide to do. I'll support it." A wave of nausea crept up my throat, and I pulled my hand away. Ignoring his petrified, anxious expression, I swung my legs over the side of the chair and looked around for my clothes. "I want to go home," I murmured, pulling on my jeans. He nodded and pulled out his phone to begin texting. "Of course, whatever you need. The driver's just around the corner. I'll get him to swing around." I shook my head. "I don't mean your mansion, Marcus. I mean my house." He paused uncertainly, still holding the phone. "We can go to East Hollywood if you like. I didn't think you'd want to go back there." "My actual house." I slipped on my shoes, ignoring the silent tears that continued to stream unabashedly down my face. "My house in Washington. My mom's house," I corrected with a little sigh. There was a brief pause before the light in Marcus's eyes seemed to fade out and die. "I'll go with you," he said softly. "I need my family." "I am your family." "I love you, but I need some time to think, okay? I need a little time to be alone, to figure this all out." "You don't want me to go?" he asked. I nodded wordlessly, slipping my arms into my jacket and gathering up my purse. "Rebecca," he pleaded suddenly, "please let me come. I mean, this is as unexpected for me as it is for you. I can even stay in a hotel. That would be fine. I just want to be there with you." "I'm the one who's pregnant. You could go home right now and live a normal life. Never think about this day again. I can't do that anymore. Everything's changed. Permanently. It's changed for both of us." He made a grab for my hands as I paced to the door. "You can't possibly think I could just go home and pretend like nothing's happened. Rebecca, we're in this together. That's my baby, too." When I heard our child's heartbeat, I realized this is a real human being. It makes everything more real. "And I love this baby more than anything," Marcus said. "I want to get married and raise this baby together." Two things I was scared of: marriage and having children. I didn't feel rage at all, just pure, blind panic. I was going to marry a guy I didn't even know that well, and have a child with him. What the hell was wrong with me? I needed space to sort it out. I felt like I was backed into a corner. "Please talk to me," he said. "I'm the one who decided to get into a fake relationship with you. I'm the one who snuck down the hall and fell into your bed." I wiped the tears from my face and pulled in a shaky breath, but despite my massive preoccupation, the look on his face was killing me, and I tried to make him understand. "I'm not going to do anything drastic, if that's what you're worried about. I don't want an abortion, and I want this baby, I do. I just need time to think. I think I have about another hour or two before I completely lose my mind. I cannot believe this is happening right now, and I need to be with my family." His face froze up, and he took a robotic step backward as I reached for the door. I sucked in a guilty breath as I walked past him, but now was no time to mince words. If no other time but now, we had to tell the truth. "We haven't known each other that long, Marcus." My eyes flickered up apologetically. I then started to head into the hall. "I'm sorry." Chapter 3. After spending the last 3 years in the heart of Los Angeles, I'd forgotten that Washington had things like seasons. The wind was howling through a dark and stormy sky as I touched down at Seattle-Tacoma International and gazed out the window. I deliberately wasted some time as I meandered down through the terminal. Maybe I was scared to face my mother and tell her everything that was happening. I'd come straight from the clinic in my rush to get there, so the first thing I did was buy one of those cheesy Washington State tourist sweatshirts. After about a half an hour, I rented a car, something I was just legally old enough to do, and got onto the freeway. That's right, I could have a baby, but it was only 3 months ago that I was considered responsible enough to rent a car. My mother's house was only about 45 minutes away, an hour with how slowly I was driving in the rain. It was in a beautiful little city called Everett, right on the Puget Sound. I remembered that growing up, I'd been completely intimidated by its daunting size. The first time I was turned loose to navigate the city bus system with Amanda in high school, I'd had a full-on panic attack. After living in Los Angeles, I found its industrial sprawl rather quaint. The raging storm had blown down several of her meticulously kept potted plants, and she was struggling to drag them all into the open garage as I pulled up behind her in the driveway. I hurried out of the car. "Rebecca?" She raised her hand like a visor and squinted in the rain. "What on earth are you doing here, sweetie?" She pulled me into a huge, dripping hug, too caught up in her excitement at seeing me to realize that anything was wrong. The rain was successfully camouflaging the tears that had somehow, inexplicably, continued to fall since the doctor's office in L.A. I truly didn't understand how it was possible. I had to be massively dehydrated by now. She figured it out, though, the second she pulled back and looked at my face. "Oh, gosh, what's wrong?" She put both hands on the sides of my cheeks and searched my eyes with her strange mother's radar, hoping to find the answers there. "Is it Amanda? Is she okay? Is it Marcus? Did the two of you have a fight? You didn't break up, did you? Oh my gosh, Bex, talk to me! What is it?" I opened my mouth with a simultaneous gasp and hiccup. Where did I even begin? How much was I even planning on telling her? In my brain-erasing panic, I'd come straight here, like a homing pigeon returning to base. I hadn't even considered what I was going to say. "Mom, I just came from the doctor's." "Oh gosh, you're pregnant!" Good thing with moms. Sometimes they say the words for you. "Yup, you're a grandma." She hugged me tightly. "Congratulations, honey! And I'm so happy for you and Marcus. And I'm so happy I get the chance to be a grandma. You know I'm going to spoil this kid rotten, right?" I smiled. She pulled me inside and out of the rain, setting me firmly on the couch while simultaneously lighting a fire and preparing 2 steaming cups of cocoa in a sudden superhero blur of speed. She returned a minute later and settled down beside me, tossing a blanket over our legs as she handed me my favorite mug. "When did you find out?" "I just found out, and then came straight here." I tried to take a scalding gulp, but it burned my tongue. "How far along are you?" The questions fired out like well-meaning bullets, intending to extract as much information as possible before she knew I'd shut down. We'd had hypothetical variations of this conversation for as long as I could remember. She knew I didn't want kids, but she knew I'd never get rid of one. The trick then was to just never get pregnant, a task at which I'd failed spectacularly. 6 weeks. I showed her the sonogram. She nodded calmingly but bit her lip. Is Marcus the father? Yes, Mom. She held up her hands. I'm just asking. You've done a lot of things these last few months that have surprised me, Bex. I still can't believe you're getting married to the man. My heart felt like it froze in my chest. A chill ran up my body, and there was a strange tightening that was making it hard to breathe. My mother set down her cocoa at once, misinterpreting my pained expression as some kind of judgment on her part. Oh no, sweetie, don't get me wrong. She squeezed my knees and gave me a glowing smile. You've surprised me, but you've made me so very proud. As long as I can remember, I've been telling you to put yourself out there and take a leap of faith. I can't tell you how happy I am that you finally did it. And Marcus is an amazing man. It warms my heart to see the two of you together. A wretched sob shook its way out of me, and I dropped my head into my hands. This was making everything so much worse. She gathered me up at once, taking the mug from my hand and setting it safely on the floor. Sweetheart, what is it? Are you worried about the baby? I know it's not something you were planning on, but the two of you are in love. This is just a little jump start, that's all. No, Mom, it's not that. I gulped and hiccuped all at once. Well, it is, but I mean, it's everything. This whole thing has just gotten so out of control. What whole thing? She asked, rubbing my back with concern. Honey, what is it? I drew in a long, shaky breath and squared off my shoulders. This wasn't just about the two of us anymore. Other people were involved. Other feelings were on the line. It was time to come clean. Mom, I stared up nervously into her eyes. There's something I have to tell you. Chapter 4. So, you kept all that money behind the popsicles? Oh my gosh, for the 5th time, Mom? Yes! How was it that upon hearing this unbelievable tale, front-page news, a scripted romance, an international deception, my mother had somehow latched onto this one insignificant detail? I was afraid the bank would ask me where I'd gotten it, so I hid the money in my freezer. I rubbed my eyes wearily, staring into the dancing flames of the fire. I actually thought it was quite insightful at the time. She gave me a critical look over the top of her glasses, but held her tongue. I hated the glasses. I knew I was in trouble when she'd put them on halfway through our conversation. They magnified her eyes and always made me feel like when she was staring at me, she was debating whether or not something so defective could have possibly come from her. I stared back as bravely as I could, but it was always difficult to tell exactly where she was looking. In the end, I gave up and buried my face in a pillow. Could we please not make this about the popsicles? Please? She raised her eyebrows dangerously, and the glasses fell to the very tip of her nose. Oh, I'm sorry, Rebecca. You've been lying to me for the last 90 days, and now you want to tell me how to react to it as well? Her voice scorched the air between us. My mistake. But the longer the silence stretched on, the more she seemed to soften. After a few moments, she reached out and squeezed my knee beneath the blanket. I looked up, feeling utterly broken and ashamed, tears still falling down my face. I'm so sorry. I whispered, and I meant it with all my heart. I thought this would all be over before anyone had to get hurt, but somehow everyone's gotten hurt, and now, for the first time, I put my hands tentatively over my belly. I didn't look any different. I didn't even really feel all that different. But something about me had undeniably changed. "I'm so sorry," I said again. It seemed like too simple a closing statement to possibly cover it, but it was true. There was simply no better word for how I felt. Then my mom reached out slowly and put her hands over mine, surprising me and meeting my tentative gaze with a warm smile. "It's okay." Despite how many times I'd shrieked to the contrary over the last few hours, a tingling feeling of relief started to creep through my body, warming me from my head to my toes. Not that I completely believed her. "Okay?" I repeated in disbelief. My mother once had a small aneurysm when the mailman confessed to putting her first-class mail in with the rest of them. Something like this could never be okay. She leaned forward and squeezed my hand. "The fact of the matter is, Rebecca, while this may have started out as some horrible kind of lie, it's turned into a genuine relationship. Somewhere along the line, you and Marcus actually fell in love." Her eyes sparkled. "As your mother, and yes," she peered down over her glasses, "I mean as your mother, Bex, how can I not be thrilled that my baby girl has found a man she loves? No matter how your story got started, you're both here now. That's what counts." I blinked. In every hypothetical variation of this conversation I'd ever had, I'd never imagined it playing out like this. Then my eyes fell on the DVDs of When Harry Met Sally and You've Got Mail sitting next to her television across the room. "That explains it," I murmured jokingly, bringing my hand up to my chest. "I caught you at a good time." "What?" She followed my gaze to the movies and smacked my shoulder. "Damn right you did. Good thing you didn't tell me last week. I was on a Michael Bay binge." "You just would have blown me up?" She chuckled. "Probably." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, my mother thoughtfully digesting the absurd amount of information I'd just dumped on her, and me caught up between the exquisite relief of having come clean to my mother and the mind-numbing panic at the prospect of becoming one. "I never wanted to have kids," I finally whispered, still staring into the fire. "I know, honey." She squeezed my hand. "I know." We sat for a while longer before she asked, "What does Marcus think?" I sighed. "I left him at the doctor's office and came right here." She shot me a look somewhere between amusement and exasperation. "Bex." I also ran into the lobby still wearing that ridiculous doctor's office gown. The tears, which had abated somewhat upon my confession, came flooding back in full force, and I brought my knees up to my chest. "It's just been a really awful day." "Oh, honey." She gathered me up against her, wrapping her arms around me and holding me to her chest as she rocked me slowly back and forth. The fire crackled and broke apart, sending up a million sparks as she held me there, smoothing back my hair and sporadically kissing my forehead until I was able to calm down. "It could have been worse, you know," she said once I finally pulled away. "I found out I was pregnant with Max at your Grandma Christina's house and threw up on her Pomeranian." Chapter 5. When I woke up the next morning, I thought my mom was going to grill me with some hard-hitting questions about my future. I thought she was going to ask about what I wanted to do with the baby, or whether Marcus and I were really going to end up getting married. She did none of those things. In fact, the second I found her brewing coffee in the kitchen, all she did was hand me a pair of gloves and point me toward the garden. "The dandelions came back," she said simply. "Let's get to work." One day turned into another, each as unburdened and intentionally relaxed as the last. I had no immediate plans to return to Los Angeles, and though Amanda volunteered to come up during what had to be our 6th Skype session since I'd left, I was actually rather enjoying this little childhood regression. I felt like a little exercise, so I pulled my mom's bicycle out of the garage and took a scenic tour of my old stomping grounds, stopping at all my favorite cafes and boutiques along the way. The cashier at an old movie theater Amanda and I used to frequent still remembered me and asked if I'd scored any roles now that I was a big movie star down south. I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm as I walked out of the theater, munching on cold popcorn and thoroughly enjoying the long-forgotten concept of rain. Just the word Hollywood seemed to have an inescapable grip on anyone who was presently dissatisfied with life. It was the embodiment of that mythical horizon, the tangible, magical Oz, finally within their grasp. I knew I felt that way when I moved there. Like at any moment, I might walk outside and something magical could happen. Something that would sweep me away from the humdrum drudgery and take me someplace new. Someplace anything could happen. I froze in the middle of the sidewalk as I passed by the window of a local drugstore. Behind the chips and candy bars were stacked rows upon rows of magazines. Anything you wanted, from fishing to smut. And there, nestled amongst the crosswords, a familiar face stared back at me. Stared back at me 4 times over. It was Marcus on the cover. Without stopping to think, I marched straight inside and bought a copy, settling down on the dampened park bench outside to read. It occurred to me that I had never actually inquired about the article in time. I had been too caught up with the women and yacht on the front cover, and Marcus had been too upset about his stereotype to talk about what else was inside. I ended up sitting there for the better part of an hour. It was a fascinating read. I'd had no idea some of the things he'd done, some of the markets he'd dabbled in, and some of the countries where he'd actually moved in order to start a business from the ground up. Unlike most other Fortune 500 CEOs, there was no financial scandal following him, no claims of unfair wages, bulldozing unions, or whispers of tax evasion. Aside from parties too much because he's too damn young, he was squeaky clean. Clean, and a little too perfect, I thought as I turned back to the front cover. No wonder people were trying to pigeonhole him. There had to be something the man couldn't do. I rolled up the soggy pages and slipped them carefully into my bag. Why? I honestly couldn't tell you. But I locked and even tested the latch on my purse as if it contained something precious. By the time I got home, the rain had stopped, and my mom was sitting in the middle of the family room floor, a solitary island in a sea of pictures. "What's this?" I asked curiously as I waded in next to her and settled down. "This," she blew her bangs off her face, "is supposed to be my big project for the spring. A New Year's resolution, if you will. You have any of those?" "Oh, same as every year." I wiped rain from my hair and sighed. "Not to get pregnant." "A fail," she declared, throwing up her hands like a judge. I shook my head along with her. "A fail." She turned back to her pictures. "At least you're consistent." I smacked her shoulder and she chuckled. "I've had all of these stuck and mixed together in those little cardboard envelopes, and it's time I sorted them out and put them into books." I picked up a picture of Max and me with huge grins. Oh my gosh, we were so little. He was maybe 6 and I was 3, but I actually remembered the day. We'd gone to visit my mother's sister in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she didn't have any children of her own. She was incredibly excited about the visit and had raced to the local toy store and picked up a miniature rocking horse for us to play with. Trouble is, she'd gotten only one. In the picture, I was gloating atop the horse, having obviously just been placed there by a regretful Aunt Lucy, while Max wailed on the ground, turning toward the camera with red, tear-stained cheeks. "And a lifetime's worth of favoritism begins," I murmured triumphantly. "Give me that." She snatched the picture out of my hand and slipped it inside a scrapbook she'd labeled Greatest Memories and Greatest Regrets. "Oh, Mom." My face crumpled with a frown. "You should just paste it right there under the title. It summarizes it perfectly." "You are such a little joker." She pinched me a little harder than usual. "Huh," she cackled as she slipped in another picture of baby Max. "That's what you think now. Just wait. Wait until it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you haven't slept in 5 weeks and you accidentally put the baby formula in your hair because you thought it was dry shampoo." I stared at her in horror. "Please tell me that never happened." "Twice." Laughing, I ran my fingers through my hair. "Honestly, Mom, I've really enjoyed this. Let's not talk about Becca's impending disaster time. But seriously, what am I going to do? I've known him 3 months. She set down her tape and turned to me thoughtfully. "But you love him, don't you?" I sighed and threw up my hands. "I don't know. Maybe. Yes, I thought I did. But then this happened, and what does this happening have to do with you being in love with him?" "Well," I tried to take a step back and consider it. "I don't want to be pushed into a corner. I don't want to have to love him just because I got pregnant. That's so teen movie, and it's never how I wanted to live my life, and—" "Okay, Turbo." She held up her hands. "Hold on. First of all, you just said that you loved him, and judging by how fast you took off after the good news, I'm guessing you came to that decision well before you found out you were pregnant, right?" "I guess so." "So they're really not related," she said practically. "You love him, and you happen to be pregnant with his child." "But it's more complicated than that," I said helplessly. "Okay." She gave me a thoughtful frown. "Explain it to me." My mind scrambled as I tried to come up with some sort of tangible response to the rush of emotions I'd been feeling since I left. "We perpetuated this lie. We did it to the media and Marcus's business associates, and we did it to our family and friends. This whole thing started out so wrong." She tilted back on her heels and stared up at the ceiling. "When I met your father, I was engaged to another man, living on food stamps and seriously considering becoming a Wiccan." My jaw fell open. "Really?" "Not the point." She shook her head. "Point is, good things start in strange places." "But you divorced Dad after he walked out on us," I ventured. She clapped a hand on my shoulder. "And that, my dear, is the other marital life lesson I wish to impart." I shook my head and smiled. "What's that?" "Marry the guy. If it doesn't work out, you can always divorce." We laughed uproariously until we had no breath left to speak. Laughed until we'd made a serious, flailing dent in her perfect arch of photographs. I leaned down to start gathering them back up, but she reached out and caught my hand, examining the gigantic ring. "And honestly, I should have known something was up. I'm your mother." She sighed a little before turning back to the photographs. "I just thought, this is one of those teenage rebellions I'd read so much about in the parenting books. Those flash decisions that leave everyone else in the dust. She's just having it a few years late." I smiled wistfully. If only it were so. But I knew that you'd never get engaged to a guy I knew nothing about. I should have put two and two together, she chided herself. I was just so happy that you'd found someone. My lips curled up in a mischievous smile. If it's any consolation, you raised a daughter who makes keen business decisions. Think of this as, I'm finally taking control of my finances. Keen business decisions, ha! She shook her head in despair. The man's worth almost $14 billion. You settle for 20,000? Please. My heart palpitated, and I felt like I had a minor stroke. 14 billion? I repeated in disbelief. No way is he worth that much. Honestly, Bex, don't you read? My mother held up a picture of me sticking my face into a plate of pasta. This should have been my first clue. Actually, I'll have you know that I read a lot of things. I jutted up my chin importantly. For example, did you know that Marcus Taylor started an adult education program from the ground up in Singapore? She crossed her arms and stared at me skeptically. You saw the Time article in Doug Wentworth's drugstore, didn't you? I thought of the soggy copy molding in my bag and flushed defensively. She laughed again and stuck a copy of the pasta picture into the book. One way or another, I'm glad you found him. I've never seen you light up that way around a man. And the way he looks at you, please, the man's crazy about you. A warm glow bubbled away in my stomach. Yeah, Marcus is... Well, Marcus. He's the perfect guy, right? No, sweetie, she said suddenly, surprising me. But he's your perfect guy. That's all I care about. The words couldn't have come at a better time, and without any warning or explanation, I seized her in a huge hug. She laughed in surprise, but held me tight, kissing the side of my head, smiling. I'm so happy for you, honey. This is the real thing. I can tell. I beamed back, but as suddenly as the warm elation had come, it left just as fast, leaving me chilled and lonely in its wake. But what about the baby? I asked softly. Her face sobered as well. Rebecca, I know you never planned on a baby, but let me ask you this. Do you think you'll love this baby? That's never been the problem, I admitted. Of course I'll love this child, but I'll love this baby too much. I'll love it at the expense and exclusion of everything else, including me. I stared hard at the ground, trying to think of the best way to say it. I'm still firmly stuck in the developmental part of my life. I don't want to push all that aside before it can even begin and give way to the next generation. She nodded thoughtfully. I felt the exact same way when I was pregnant with Max. Yeah, but Mom, you didn't have plans to be an actress. She laughed aloud and swatted me across the back. I'm serious, Bex. The exact same thoughts were running through my mind, but my mother said to me the same thing I'm going to say to you right now. You're underestimating yourself. My face grew puzzled. I don't think I am. I mean, you're underestimating your heart, sweetie, she said patiently. You say that you fell in love with Marcus. That implies a certain opening, a willingness to let someone else take a prime place in your life. Do you feel like it's lessened you in any way? I thought about it hard, but I honestly didn't. It's exactly the opposite, I said softly. He makes me better. He just enhances what's already there. That's exactly the same way it is with a baby. You think your heart will be overwhelmed, and it will take everything you have. But I'm telling you, you're wrong. Your heart will just grow bigger. My eyes welled up with automatic tears, and she threw up her hands. "Oh, no, I'm not watching you cry for another 24 hours straight. Truth be told, I was about ready to call a doctor." I wiped my eyes, and we chuckled together as she picked up another photograph of baby Max. This time, he was sucking on someone's hairbrush. "Max has a girlfriend, by the way," she said as she stared at his picture appraisingly. "What? He does?" I asked in surprise. "He didn't tell me that." There was a knock on the door, and she grinned, getting slowly to her feet. "Well, he's not pregnant or getting either fake or genuinely married to a billionaire on the cover of Forbes, so I guess it's not front-page news." I rolled my eyes, but she was still chuckling at her joke as she went to the foyer to see who was calling. There was a muted exchange, and the next second she was back in the living room, a restrained smile dancing around her lips. "Rebecca, there's someone here to see you." Chapter 6. It was a surreal collision of two worlds to see Marcus standing in my mother's Washington living room, fidgeting nervously in what I know he took to be woodsy casual. My eyes trailed up from his designer sneakers to his $300 jeans to his custom-fitted Dior jacket, all of which he'd paired with the smaller of his 2 Rolexes. A small smile flitted across my lips as I finally forced myself to look him in the face. This was the man on whom I'd dropped the ultimate bombshell, then ditched in a free clinic in the middle of Van Nuys. The same man who I dismissed for not being family, then taken off on a plane for the middle of the Pacific Northwest rainforest. And he didn't look remotely angry. Quite the contrary. He looked terrified. "I'm staying in a hotel," was the first thing he said, raising his hands defensively. "A hotel," I repeated slowly. He faltered for a second, then continued earnestly. "I know you said you need space, and I didn't want to crowd you. He turned a little hesitantly to my mother, standing 3 feet away with her arms crossed. "Sharon, do you think we could have a moment?" "Oh, no, sugar." She straightened up and cocked her hips. "You lost all illusions to privacy when you helped convince my daughter to perpetuate an international lie, one which you two had the thoughtful inclination to apply to family as well. Whatever you say to Bex now, you say in front of me." His cheeks paled, and he glanced back at me. "You told her?" It wasn't said as a question, more as a shocked affirmation. She shifted impatiently in his periphery, and he was quick to recover himself. "I'm glad you did," he said quickly. "It was time." In a single predatory movement, she slipped on her glasses and stared him down. "Oh, now it's time? Now that she's pregnant?" He took a small step back. Apparently, the power of the glasses wasn't just contained to me. His eyes lowered respectfully, but when he spoke, his voice was quiet but steady. "It never should have happened this way. I understand that. And I apologize." He gazed up at her. "Apologize with all my heart. I really do. I never meant for this to get so out of hand, and the last thing I ever wanted to do was come between Becca and her family." Her mouth twitched, and I stifled a small smile. Apparently, the power of his eyes wasn't just contained to me either. "I'm truly sorry for lying to you, Sharon. And my grandmother, and Max. If I could go back and do that part over again, I would." He straightened up ever so slightly. "But I can't regret these last few months. I never will. They're what brought Rebecca and me together." You could have heard a pin drop. My mother's eyes swam with momentary tears, but unlike me, she had long ago mastered the art of controlling them. "And so now, everything's different?" she asked skeptically. But I'd been hearing her read Marcus's side of this discussion for the last 2 days. She wasn't fooling anyone. Anyone except Marcus, who was still staring at her like at any moment she might bite off his neck. Now you've just magically happened to fall in love the second you find out she's having your baby? It was convoluted, drawn out, and at times literally painful, but she captured my heart in a way no woman ever has. My mind flashed back to our initial encounter, the fight outside the coffee shop. He'd almost been crucified by a plumber as a public example of the Icarus effect. Later, he'd willingly sacrificed himself on stage in front of a bunch of rowdy college kids just to make me smile. Of course, in the time between those encounters, I'd kicked and maced him as well. Plus, Max punched him. Painful was understating it, but it had its good moments, too. I looked up from the pictures on the floor and saw a soft, nostalgic smile lighting the edges of his paled face. But yes, to answer your question. He lifted his head and looked my mother straight in the eyes. I fell in love with her. He looked at me, and I did that before she got pregnant. Is that true? My mom asked quietly. Yes. He took a step forward, glancing warily in Sharon's direction. But much to his extreme astonishment, she had somehow vanished from the room. Finally, free of parental supervision, Marcus knelt down beside me. He gazed tenderly into my eyes and stroked back my hair. I know you don't feel the same about me, and you don't want a baby. But I had to let you know that I love you, Rebecca. Is that what you think? I cut him off. You think that's why I left? He paused uncertainly, and a sick feeling of guilt crept up in my stomach. My face tightened, and I wound one hand gently through his before pulling us to our feet. Come on, I said quietly. Let's take a walk. Chapter 7. I had been coming to the beach since I was 2 years old. There were pictures of me bobbing up and down and freezing in the tiny waves on the floor at my mom's. It was a different beach than the ones Marcus and I had been to so far. No tropical sand and bright sunlight here. Algae-covered boulders and tiny stones comprised the shoreline, and it was actually raining when we arrived. Should you be out here in the rain? Marcus asked hesitantly when we stepped out of the car and headed down to the water. There was no one around as far as the eye could see, and he stared up ominously at the darkened sky. I couldn't help but smile as I skipped lightly from rock to rock. I'm not going to cryogenically freeze our unborn child, but having lived in LA so long, I can understand your confusion. I pointed up at the sky like I was making introductions. Marcus, this is weather. Weather? Meet Marcus. That's funny, he said flatly, following me down to the water. It lapped against his custom boots, and he shivered. Seriously? You're not cold? I grew up here, remember? I took off my shoes and rolled up my pants before walking in up to my ankles. You get used to it. He looked at me like I was crazy, but followed my example, trying to hide his shivering all the while. We walked side by side, close but not touching, for a couple of minutes. The rain lightened somewhat, but a fine cloud of mist hung low in the air, giving the entire beach a somewhat magical feel, like the road to Camelot. You know I love you, I said. This whole time, I've been wondering just how to phrase it, how to say something so complicated and make it make sense. In the end, I'd realized it was simple. And when I told you those 3 life-changing words, I meant them. He stopped in his tracks and turned to me. And I meant them too. I know, I said. That's what's so crazy. Marcus, I took both his freezing hands in mine. I wouldn't pretend to love you just because I got pregnant. It's exactly the opposite. If I wasn't sure about you, if I wasn't sure about us, I'd get as far away from you as possible. I was raised in a broken home. That's not something I would ever do to a child. He watched me without blinking, hanging on to every word. That's why I left, I admitted softly. Marcus, I think I've loved you for a while. I blurted it out to Amanda the second before the test turned positive. I've been trying to get myself to say it out loud since that night on the roof. His face softened despite the chilly breeze. So, why did you leave? My eyes fixed on the ocean, same color as his beautiful eyes, as I tried to think of how to say it. I needed to think. I was overwhelmed, sinking, drowning. He nodded automatically, but after a second began shaking his head instead. So you were drowning. You didn't even give me a chance to throw you a life jacket. I flashed him a grin and tucked my damp hair behind my ears. I never wanted to have a kid, first of all. I've always taken serious precautions to make sure that never happened. When I got pregnant anyway, I felt like it was a failure on my part. And then there was you. His eyes searched my face, trying to understand. I had only just figured out how I felt about you. And I think we both know it wasn't the most organic of relationship beginnings. But I had no idea how you really felt about me. We'd only been together 3 months, and already you were talking about keeping our wedding date open. The rest of the world thought we were already planning this lavish ceremony, and then I found out I was pregnant. After only 3 months. I stressed again. I just had to get away from you and Los Angeles and the paparazzi and everything else down there and just figure out how I felt. He listened to the whole explanation patiently, nodding occasionally to show that he understood. It was only when he knew for sure that I'd finished that he dared to tug me a little closer. And you decided that you love me? I bit my lip, but a smile still broke through. Yes, Marcus, I love you. I love you so damn much. I love you too. He swept me up in a kiss so passionate and so romantic, just like out of a romance novel. His fingers knotted in my hair as he lifted me off the ground and spun me around. You have no idea what I'd been thinking these last few days, he whispered against my lips. I was back on the ground, but his head was bent to meet mine. The second you left, I panicked. I thought there was a chance you were never coming back, so the first thing I did was head to the airport to follow you. When I touched down in Washington... Wait, you've been here this whole time? I asked in surprise. I took the jet, so I actually got here before you did. Anyway, after I landed, I started pacing the exits of the terminal, waiting for whatever flight you were on to land and watching for you through the crowds. As I was waiting, I called Amanda. I figured if anyone knew where your head was at, it would be her. He talked to Amanda? She'd never mentioned that in any of our Skypes. She was furious with me for coming after you. Said that I needed to stop acting like an entitled prick and back the fuck off when Rebecca asked me to. Yeah, that sounded like Amanda. I traced the toe of my boot nervously through the pebbles. I'm sorry about that. She can be a little protective. She was absolutely right. I can't imagine how panicked you must have felt, and sick and alone. Of course you wanted to take a step back and reevaluate. I shouldn't have pushed. He shook his head with a sigh. I actually spotted you in the crowd, heading toward the rentals, wearing some Washington State sweatshirt I'd never seen you in before. I let you go, asked Amanda for your mom's address, and booked a hotel nearby. I wasn't even going to tell you I was here." He chuckled to himself. "I just wanted to be close, I guess. But this afternoon I was pacing in the hotel lobby and I couldn't take it anymore. I had to see you. Fortunately, I got a text from Amanda around the same time." He held out his phone and smiled. "All right, dumbass. It's been a few days. You better be on your way to see her already." I shook my head with a little groan. I didn't even know emoticons could do that. "Neither did I," he said seriously. "Anyway, here we are." I bit my lip and stared out at the crashing surf. Here we are. We stood there for a long time in silence, thinking, occasionally hugging and staring out toward the stormy horizon. After a while, he took off his jacket and placed it neatly on the pebbles, gesturing for me to sit. "Come on." I hesitated. "Now you have to be freezing." "I'm not," he scoffed, taking a seat beside me. I leaned into him as he wrapped his arm around my shoulders, but reconciled as we may have been with each other, I had no idea what came next. The fact remained, no matter what we were to each other, no matter what we decided to do, we were going to have a baby, and while I couldn't speak for Marcus, that was something I was absolutely not ready for. "I have no idea if I'll make a good dad," he said suddenly, staring out toward the sea. I turned to him in surprise. Self-doubt didn't come naturally to him, and especially with something as big as this, I would have thought he'd have it in the bag. "Why did you say that?" I asked curiously. I don't know. I never pictured myself with kids." He glanced at me quickly. "I'm not saying I'm not happy and excited and everything. I totally am. I just hope I can be a good father." "We'll figure this out together, just like you said." He looked beyond relieved. "I'm completely out of my element here. I didn't really have a father growing up. Neither did any of my friends. We were raised by nannies, then sent to boarding school. I don't have the faintest idea where to begin." I considered it thoughtfully. "How about not beginning there? You know exactly the kind of parent you don't want to be. Everything else, you'll figure out as you go." He flashed a genuine smile, but flushed a little self-consciously. "Yeah, or I'll fuck it up." "I'm not going to let you fuck it up," I assured him seriously. He threw back his head and laughed, that sparkling laugh I loved so much, drawing me up tighter against him. "So we're going to be shit parents, then? That's all we know for sure?" I stretched up and kissed him softly on the cheek. "I know we're going to love it, and we won't be shit parents because we're going to give it our all." He stared down at me for a long moment, then smiled. "Yes, we are." "Nobody is going to love this child like us." "Come back with me to Los Angeles." "And stay where?" "With me. Marry me, for real, Rebecca. I'm going to try hard to be the best father and husband that I can be." "Okay, then." He smiled as his whole face lit up. "I love you, Rebecca. Since the day I first laid eyes on your radiant face." I touched his face. "I love you too." "Then come home." He pulled me close as he softly kissed me. Chapter 8. We got back to the house late that night. Despite the cold, we lingered another 2 hours on the beach, cuddling, making plans, making out. It turned out to be exactly what I needed, reconciling my old world with my new, finding equal happiness in both. The curtain fluttered guiltily as we pulled into the drive, and I knew my mom had been watching for us. It was an unspoken game we'd played since I was a teenager. She could pretend to be as laid back and unconcerned as possible, but when we walked inside, I knew exactly where she'd be. Sure enough, she was flitting innocently around in the kitchen, a little stir here, a dash of salt there. When Marcus cleared his throat, she looked up in mock surprise. "Oh, darlings, there you are." She smoothed back her flyaway hair. "Perfect timing. I just took out the casserole." "Imagine that." I grinned, taking a seat at the counter.
"You put all the pictures away,"
Marcus remarked, staring at the now empty floor. She nodded proudly. "Got them all filed. But I got your text, Marcus. I saved you a few." To my extreme dismay, she slipped a small stack of photographs into his hand. He started flipping through with a little smile as I turned to her in horror. "You two are texting now?" I exclaimed. Then I turned to Marcus. "Give me that! Don't look at those!"
"I love the pic with the spaghetti on your head."
"Hey!" I giggled, grabbing for them but missing spectacularly. "I was adorable!"
"Oh, this one right here is priceless."
"That's quite enough, children. Sit down," my mother commanded with a smile. "And Marcus, those are not to be weaponized. I just thought... Well, I thought you should know what you're getting into." "Thanks for that," I seethed, taking my place at the table. "So, what did you kids do today? Beautiful weather to be outside." Marcus glanced out the window like she was crazy, but I smiled. "We went down to the beach, the one by Miller's fish house. Took him around to all my old haunts." "That's wonderful." She brightened as she heaped us both a steaming plate. "Maybe tomorrow you can head down to Seattle, catch the ferry, and do some hiking." Marcus flashed me a quick look, and I cleared my throat. "Actually, we won't be able to do anything tomorrow. We're heading back to Los Angeles." She sat back casually in her chair, but her eyes were sparkling. "Is that right?" "Afraid so." Marcus leaned forward.
"A bit more than that, Sharon. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to cancel your engagement party."
Her fork clattered to her plate, and she stared between us with tears in her eyes. "Oh, I see," she murmured softly. Yes, of course I can do that. I didn't realize."
"The thing is," he continued, "we're getting married next month, so you're gonna have to move up the shower much sooner."
There was not a single sound. Then there was an explosion. Chapter 9. The next day, the three of us got on a plane. Yes, you heard me right. The three of us. "You're going to have your entire lives to be together," my mother had explained, frantically throwing a month's worth of clothes into a bag. "I'm only going to get this little sliver of time to help plan your wedding." When I hesitated, she continued with a more direct, "And I'll be dead soon, so we should enjoy the time that we have." I knew the two of us needed time together to adjust to the newfound weight of our life choices, but we were ready and willing to give it everything we had. We headed back to the mansion and let my mom settle in. I would have helped her unpack, but as it turned out, I had some settling in to do myself. I was moving in with Marcus.
"You sure you want to do this?"
he asked as we headed through the massive double doors and up the ornate staircase. The staff shot us curious sideways glances as they bustled around, but were far too professional to break character and ask what was going on. "Yeah, I am," I replied confidently, and I found, with a bit of relief, that there actually wasn't a hesitant bone in my body. Now that I'd decided to commit, I was suddenly sure I'd made the right decision. I already think of this as home. His eyes glowed, and he flashed me a warm smile.
"Well, I'm glad to hear it."
I grinned and headed down the hall to my room, when, to my surprise, he caught me by the elbow.
I'm glad to hear it, but if you're going to be staying here, maybe it's time we talked about you moving into the master suite. Those gray eyes sparkled. With me.
I froze in place and stared ominously down the hall. Despite my string of relationships over the years, I'd never actually advanced to the point of living with someone. Ironic as it seemed, Marcus's place was about as non-threatening as could be, simply because it could fit 50 other people into the house, and it was unlikely that anyone would really run into each other. But staying in the same room? I guess that's what people did, right?
Think of the bed, he coaxed with a grin. It's far better than the one in your room.
I suppose so, but I hesitated. What if I needed time alone? Time to be with my thoughts, my genius thoughts? What if I decided to completely warp my personality and start exercising? Take up yoga? Of course, Marcus had a gym for that sort of thing, but what if I wanted to do it in my room? I couldn't do it in front of him. And singing in the shower? Where did that fit in? Will you promise to go somewhere else if I take up kickboxing? I asked intently. He blinked, but recovered himself quickly.
Of course. You'll never know I'm there.
What about shower singing?
Oh, you're going to have to learn to live with my shower singing, he said sanctimoniously. There are some things on which I cannot compromise.
A small grin crept up my face.
Like Michael Bublé, he said.
The grin disappeared. What? No.
Deal with it.
He picked up my purse and cocked his head toward the door with a smile.
Shall we?
I tried to keep my composure, crossing my arms with stubborn hesitation. But after just a few seconds of hearing him hum, "Come fly with me," winking absurdly all the while, I cracked and followed him happily into my new room. Celebratory sex was in order. It was the best ever. We lay in a heap in the mattress, grinning up at the ceiling and holding hands. After a moment, I rolled up onto my elbow. I'm big enough to admit it. You were right about the bed. Well worth the strain. He laughed and tugged me closer, running gentle fingers up and down my stomach.
I'll make sure to keep it worth your while.
A slight frown creased his forehead as he lowered down and planted a kiss on my belly button.
I don't get it. Where are you keeping this baby?
It's insanely small, Marcus. We won't be able to see him or her for a long time. He bit his lip and seemed to consider this as he continued stroking.
How soon until the baby can hear us?
My head fell back against the mattress as my mind raced back through the literature from the clinic I'd been reading on the plane. Some doctors say as early as 16 weeks. We really need to get one of those baby books so we know what to expect. He nodded seriously, keeping his eyes fixed on my flat stomach. That's perfect. My eyebrows shot up with a quirky smile. And why is that?
Because I'm hosting a fundraiser gala for the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra in late March, and I want to be sure the baby can hear it. Maybe I should push it back to April, just to be sure.
A huge smile spread across my face, and I pounced on him the next second, wrapping my arms around his neck as I perched on his back like a monkey. You're a real sweetheart, you know that, Marcus Taylor? Even if you do snore.
Nobody has ever said I snore.
It's why I'm here, darling, to tell you the truth even when no one else will.
Is that right?
Sensing trouble, I tried to crawl down, but his hands shot up and he held me firmly in place, ignoring my squeals and shrieks of laughter as he got to his feet. I leaned back as far as I dared, hoping to just fall off his back, but he compensated easily, imprisoning me with a smile.
Miss White, if you're going to be living in this house, I think it's time you learn some of the house rules.
All right. I wrapped my legs tighter around his waist and held on for dear life. Let me have 'em.
Rule number 1. There's no insulting the master of the house. If you find yourself wanting to make a snide comment, I kindly suggest you don't.
I buried my face in his neck and giggled.
Understood.
He started walking us toward the bathroom, and I scrambled up to get higher on his back.
If you find yourself unable to keep such comments to yourself, you must face the consequences with silence and poise.
What? What consequences?
I screamed aloud as he backed us into the shower, turning on a spray of water before it had the chance to heat up.
He quickly turned around, using my body as a shield against the icy jets, and laughed like a villain as I tried in vain to escape.
Don't worry, I heard that you're immune to the cold. Just think of it as the beach in Washington.
Marcus, come on! I wriggled around and stretched out my fingers, but just before I could flip the dial to hot, he took a step away, biting my thigh for good measure. Hey! I screamed, breathless with laughter. You know, cold water is bad for the baby.
What?
He spun me around so I was facing him, still wrapped around his waist.
No, it's not.
He flipped the water to hot with a grin and stepped us backward into the steam. I'd like to say that I staunchly refused sex as a form of protest, but what can I say? I'm not that strong. Blame it on the hormones. Chapter 10. The only genuine problem I had with permanently leaving the apartment in East Hollywood behind was how to tell Amanda. Neither she nor I had really been living there anyway. I'd been spending all my time at the mansion, and she'd already quasi-moved in with Barry. But as long as we both continued paying the rent, it still felt like we hadn't really said goodbye. That at any moment, we could come back together on the living room floor with a bottle of tequila, a handful of slasher films, and settle in for a night of best friend/roommate fun. I paced back and forth, biting my lip anxiously as I dialed the phone and listened to it ring.
Don't be nervous,
Marcus said soothingly, perching on the edge of the bed. His hair was still damp from our impromptu shower, and he smelled like that delicious sandalwood I loved so much.
It'll be fine. You're pregnant now. She has to know this is coming.
Don't tell me not to be nervous, I said in a hushed voice. You don't know anything about it, Marcus. You don't know anything about us. My gesticulations grew increasingly wild the longer the phone rang, and before long he was fighting back a smile. You just swoop in here one day with your karaoke skills and all your money. Hey, Amanda! There was a pause on the other end. What's wrong? You sound weird. She never asked these things as questions. They were certainties, and without fail, they were always right. You sound weird. What a stupid thing to say to me, I countered defensively. I'd have said it anyway, but to be honest, she did sound a little off. Pouncing on the opportunity to deflect, I homed in on whatever fault or weakness I might uncover. What did you do? Nothing, she bristled back. Grow up, Rebecca. It was like clockwork. Whenever the two of us felt sorry about something, we adapted by lashing out with bursts of irrational rage. If a stranger happened to walk by and hear us talking, they'd probably think one of us had just stabbed the other's puppy. Already, Marcus was staring at me with a look of slight confusion, trying to follow the one-sided dialogue. My eyes narrowed suspiciously, but I let it slide. Whatever. I was actually just calling you to say that, well, I was heading to the apartment and— The apartment? She interrupted. I'm already there. You are? Marcus raised his eyebrows knowingly, and her meaning suddenly clicked. Amanda? Are you by chance— Moving out of the apartment? There was a much longer pause before, "Gotta go. Bye." The phone clicked dead, and I hurled it to the bed in a rage. Oh, that little deceptor! She's over there right now, moving out. Can you believe that?
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Marcus asked cautiously.
A good thing? I asked. He looked at me and then the cell phone twice before nervously clearing his throat.
It's just, you were about to go and do the same thing, right? So, if she's already over there, then she can't be angry with you for moving as well.
I took a sudden step forward, and he flinched back, but I grabbed him on both sides of the head and planted a huge kiss on his wet hair. "Marcus, you're a genius." He relaxed infinitesimally. "We'll go over there at once and head her off." 15 minutes later, we were pulling into the grimy parking structure behind my old apartment complex. The familiar, putrid smell of the dumpster hit me the second I opened the door, and I smiled in anticipation. She would not be sneaking away so easily. I thundered loudly up the stairs, Marcus following meekly behind, so distracted that I almost ran right into Barry as he crossed paths with us on the second floor, laden down with what looked like bags of shoes. "Aha!" I cried, pointing a finger. He dropped the bags in surprise and flushed guiltily beneath his glasses, peering behind me at Marcus for support. Marcus shook his head a fraction of an inch but dropped his eyes when he saw me looking. "I should have known you were behind this!" I exclaimed, jabbing my finger into Barry's chest. "It was probably your plan all along. You see two girls living in a happy home in a delightful neighborhood." A cockroach skittered across the wall, making the boys jump, though I was determined to ignore it. And what does Barry do? Barry decides to rip it in half. What the hell is going on here? Amanda stuck her head over the landing and then flew down the stairs when she saw what was happening. The boys backed discreetly against the wall as the two of us faced off in front of old Mr. Taft's apartment. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Bax?" My face flamed. "I found this one," angry pointy jab at Barry. "Smuggling your Jimmy Choos out to freedom. Anything you'd like to tell me?" She flushed as red as I felt. "Well, I was about to. You got pregnant!" I pulled in a noisy gasp as she put her hands on her hips. "How dare you blame my unborn baby?" "Well, what did you think was going to happen?" she fumed. "It was just going to be me, you, and the baby, all living together in this dump? You'd basically moved out already anyway, Rebecca. I was only taking the next step." "So had you. And how dare you call me by my Christian name?" Barry made the ridiculous mistake of taking a small step forward.
"I'm just going to bring these down to the car," he murmured frightfully, eyeing his escape. The two of us turned on him as one. "Not now, Barry!" Still panting, we turned to each other with sudden tears in our eyes. "I didn't know how to tell you I was moving out," she sobbed. "I've been putting it off, and then you got pregnant. So I thought, why not blame the baby?" "No, that makes sense," I wept. "I would have done the same thing. And, in fact, I was calling you this morning to tell you that I was moving out as well." Her face flooded with tears. "You were?" "Yeah." We came together in the middle of the floor in a watery hug, sobbing without restraint into each other's arms. "I just didn't want to say goodbye," she hiccuped. "It's like the end of an era." I pulled back with sudden passion. "No, it's not. It's just an upgrade. Fewer cockroaches and more sex. But we'll still see each other all the time, just like we've been doing." She sniffed and wiped her face. "You think?" "Absolutely." Now that our emotional crisis had been effectively resolved, Amanda and I gazed up at the apartment with fresh conviction. "You know," she said suddenly,
It really was a piece of shit apartment. Oh my gosh, and we won't have to deal with Hamburg anymore, I cried excitedly. She flashed a wicked grin. It will break his heart. Without another word, we hooked arms and skipped merrily up the stairs to start packing. The boys flashed each other a look and followed cautiously behind, while poor Mr. Taft collapsed against his door in silent relief. Chapter 11. 4 hours, 30 boxes, and 5 Red Hot Chili Peppers albums later, we decided to give up on the entire enterprise and hire movers. We really should have just done this from the beginning, I mused, perched atop our overturned couch, sucking on a popsicle.
Yeah, like before we ripped the upholstery in my limo with your ice skate,
Marcus muttered petulantly.
Do you even skate?
No, Amanda volunteered, sucking on a popsicle of her own. She doesn't. But I like to encourage the habit in myself, I added cheerfully. The freezer door slammed shut, and Barry walked suddenly into the living room, his face a mask of bewilderment.
Do you guys know that you have like a wad of cash in a bag behind the ice cubes?
Amanda and I shared a look and burst out laughing. She hopped down off the kitchen counter and wrapped her arms around his waist. Oh, honey, she grinned. Have we got a story to tell you? As soon as we'd instructed the movers, the 4 of us headed down the street for a final pizza at our favorite spot. Every pie was roughly the size of our bathtub, and as the waiter set it in the middle of the table, we each pushed our chair an inch or 2 back.
I just can't believe it,
Barry exclaimed for the 7th time. It was the most animated I'd ever seen him, and I watched him and Amanda cuddling with a grin.
This whole time, everything you guys have done up until now, it was all fake?
Keep your voice down, sweetie, she chided gently. The whole point of a secret is to keep it that way. Not everything was fake, Marcus added. He squeezed my hand with a smile. We just got off to a bumpy start, that's all. Barry shook his head.
So the wedding, the engagement, all of that is real? You're actually pregnant, right?
I laughed and slipped a hand automatically over my stomach. Yes, that's all real. And yes, I'm actually pregnant. With baby Olivia, Amanda added. Ooh! I turned to her with delight. I love Olivia! I knew you would, she said importantly. Olivia for a girl, and maybe Cameron, if it's a boy. I frowned. Didn't you date a Cameron? He was a real asshole. Oh, that's right, she shuddered. We'll have to come up with a replacement.
Or I could have just told you that I'm not naming my son Cameron,
Marcus said sweetly. Amanda stared at him cautiously before turning to me. Have you guys had the talk yet where you tell him that since you're pregnant, you're naming the baby? And by you mean you and me?
Isaac and Rosemary,
Barry announced with sudden flair. The 3 of us turned to him, and Amanda paled in horror. Rosemary? As in Rosemary's baby?
I think it's perfect,
Marcus snorted mischievously. Amanda's eyes locked on Barry. I can't tell if you're serious. He flushed immediately and looked down at his plate.
Of course, I wasn't serious.
I tuned them out, hand still resting on my stomach as I considered my options. Maybe I'll name him Alexander. I've always loved that name. We left soon afterward, heading our separate ways after fierce hugs and plans to meet for lunch on the following day. It was a little sad, I'm not going to lie. I twisted around in the limo and gazed after Barry's car until I lost it in the traffic. I like to imagine that Amanda was out there doing the same thing.
Hey,
Marcus squeezed my knee and gave me a warm smile. You going to be okay? I think so. I snuggled back into him with a sleepy grin. I'm leaving with the prospect of starting a family on $1 billion estate with the man of my dreams. I think I'll be okay. He kissed the top of my forehead. That's good to hear. The driver sped along up out of the traffic and into the green hills, and before long, I could see the very top of my new home peeking out from amongst the trees. I'm gonna really miss Davis, I said.
You have a pet peacock waiting to be petted.
I laughed. And when we got back, Marcus insisted I go with him to go feed his pet peacock. Eduardo walked over near me, and I clung to Marcus. See? He likes you. You don't keep him in a cage, I said. What if he runs away?
He's too territorial.
I would never think that, I said sarcastically. Marcus laughed.
He likes to roam, but he never leaves the premises. Once a home is established, he comes back to roost.
I know what his problem is, I said.
What?
He's lonely. He needs a female peacock. That would make him happy.
Marcus chuckled. He could be bad-tempered during mating season.
And he has no lady to show those beautiful feathers to. Just imagine Eduardo strutting around with his bright blue chest all puffed out and showing off his larger-than-life tail with all the colors of the rainbow. Now that's a shame.
No girl would say no to him.
I threw down some grapes and he came over and gobbled them up. He's a beautiful bird.
I didn't get him for his beauty, Marcus teased. I got him because he's better than a watchdog. He defends this place better than swans, who are the best yard/home defense pets. Nothing will get past the watchful eye of a peacock. They'll shriek something fierce over anything they deem a threat to their property.
I threw down some more grapes. He scared me more than a Rottweiler ever would. We both laughed.
But seriously, Marcus said, I didn't really get him to be a security system. I just like him. And I think he really likes me. We're friends.
I've never seen this in any of the articles I've read about you.
I don't tell the public everything about me. It's good to keep a little mystery.
Yeah, it keeps them guessing.
Chapter 12.
I came up to bed early because I was so beat. I felt a connection to the little life growing inside of me and poured out some of my most private thoughts and fears. I felt my belly and began to talk to my baby. Dear little angel, I hope you can hear my voice. Though we haven't met, I love you more than anything. You'll be joining our family soon, and I can't wait to see your beautiful face and hold those little fingers and feet. I eagerly await seeing your smile, hearing your tiny giggles. Whether you look like me or Daddy, you are loved, wanted, and cherished. I've never felt such love for a person I've never met before. But even now, my love for you is unconditional, eternal, and pure. I stroked my stomach lovingly. I thought you might want to hear that from your mama, little one. I've been thinking about you all the time, and I can't wait for you to come into this world. Always know you were conceived out of perfect love. No matter what challenges we face as a family, I promise to love you more than anything. I cannot wait to meet you. Marcus came in and crawled into bed.
I can't wait to meet our baby, too.
He gently kissed my stomach.
Hey there, he said. I'm your daddy, and I love you and your mother more than anything in this world.
I smiled and put my hands over his. We love you, I said to my stomach. Marcus and I talked and had this bonding moment with our unborn child. It was wonderful to see him so excited and so involved. He wanted to be a father more than anything. He wrapped his arms around me, and I closed my eyes. I quickly fell into a deep sleep, dreaming of little fingers curling around mine and blue eyes looking up at me. as blue as his or her daddy's.
February 17th. It was official. In all the papers. No backing out now. And if I thought the media attention Marcus and I were getting before was crazy, it had turned into an all-out circus. "Well, what about some kind of morning show?" Billings called over his shoulder, one hand muffling the receiver on his phone. "What about Good Morning America?" Marcus's famed PR wizard had actually flown out from Switzerland for the month leading up to the wedding, leaving his wife and 2 young children behind. I'd like to say that I'd found a friend in this strange little man, but I quickly discovered he liked me only as far as I was useful. "What do you think, Bex?" Marcus murmured in my ear. "You want to do Good Morning America?" I shrugged helplessly as I looked around at the swarm of people who had taken over our house. Despite their wasted efforts to keep calm so as not to upset the bride, the downstairs was beginning to look suspiciously like battle headquarters, and I was still a bit fuzzy as to my part. "Are we sure I have to do anything?" I asked again quietly. "I mean, at least not by myself. Why can't you be there with me?" To say that I was uncomfortable with the idea of presenting myself to the public on a national stage was underselling it a bit. "I told you, sweetheart." He kissed the top of my head. "The segment is on women who are marrying rich and famous men. They want to focus on the wives, and they're doing a taped clip of me and you together, and then they're going to ask me a few questions." "Like what?" "Like why I chose you to be my bride." "Then they'll play it back when I'm on stage?" "Yeah." "Don't they want to know more about you?" "These people already know me. Over the years, I've given enough interviews to fill several weeks of footage. They want to know about you now. You're the big mystery." Now he kissed my nose. "The girl who stole my heart." I cringed automatically behind him as Billings snapped a candid, "And where exactly do I start with that story?" I hissed under my breath. "The part where you offered to pay me $20,000 to help lure a client? Or the part where I thought you were propositioning me for sex and I kicked you in the—" "Marcus!" Billings called again, more impatiently this time. "What's it going to be?" Marcus shot me a quizzical look, paired with a much fiercer version from Billings behind him. When I finally acquiesced, they both flashed identical grins, and Billings began speed-talking into his phone in German. When he was finished, he sauntered over to where Marcus and I were nestled together on a sofa by the window. He reminded me a bit of Eduardo, the way he puffed out his chest while he walked, and then there was the way he hopped from foot to foot with nervous excitement. "Okay, so we're all set for Good Morning America." Marcus nodded seriously while I blinked in a daze. "Who is it with?" he asked. Who hosts Good Morning America? I thought at the same time. "It's with Lara, or Amy," Billings answered quickly. "One of the blondes. So now that we know that," he gestured my direction, "we can take her through a practice run and polish up some of her answers." Marcus nodded approvingly, and at some unseen signal, several of Billings's people started repositioning the furniture and dragging 2 chairs into place. "Wait," I interjected, desperately trying to pause some of their relentless momentum. "A practice run?" Billings turned to me for the first time. At first, I thought he was going to passively reprimand me for being so behind the times, but the next moment, he abruptly got to his feet and clapped his hands. "Out! Everybody out! Take 5. The room cleared like it had caught fire, and a second later, it was just the 3 of us. I stared nervously around the suddenly empty corners before Billings gently caught my eye. "No one knows a thing about you, Rebecca. We're being incredibly selective about who gets to speak with you, so whatever interviewer we end up going with is going to be giving it all they've got. I know you've never done an interview before, but they're going to be asking you some pretty hard-hitting questions." "Okay."
I shifted nervously and leaned against Marcus for support. Like what? Billings held my gaze.
Like? You were first spotted together 3 months ago, you got engaged 2 months ago, and the wedding is in a few weeks. The question they're going to be asking is obvious. Are you pregnant?
Oh. For whatever reason, I was a little relieved. I thought they'd quiz me on little factoids about Marcus's life. Those juicy details that didn't matter to anyone who wasn't glued to Twitter, so Marcus and I hadn't really discussed them yet. Then, of course, there was still that brilliant, "So, how did you two meet again?" question.
Okay,
I said brightly, sitting up a little straighter. I mean, I know it's bad luck to tell people in the first 12 weeks, but I guess we can tell the world. The two men shared a quick, uncomfortable glance, and I stopped mid-sentence. What? The look on Marcus's face was making me nervous. What is it? I asked again, a little sharper this time.
We shouldn't say anything yet.
Marcus met my gaze and faltered, wondering where to go next. Billings took over, speaking in a soft but professional tone.
We don't think it would be a good idea to reveal the pregnancy just yet.
My eyebrows shot to the roof, but I held my tongue, reining in my fast-rising temper to listen to what they had to say. Perhaps it was a privacy issue? Perhaps he was being protective?
It's just... Marcus leaned forward and tried to take my hand. With the merger.
Oh my gosh! I was on my feet in an instant, staring down at the two men. You did not just make this pregnancy about your company, Marcus! Marcus paled in the face of my anger, but Billings was calm and unfazed.
The entire point of your staged relationship with Mr. Taylor was to help rejuvenate his image, in large part to win over a particular old-fashioned client, he said steadily. Why would we jeopardize all of that, as well as cast doubt as to the sincerity of your mutual feelings, by unveiling a baby conceived out of wedlock?
I was stunned and utterly speechless. When Marcus had first proposed this crazy scheme, I had assumed it was something that had just popped into his head upon seeing me and Takahari interact together. I had no idea that it was also, well, strategic. People I'd never met had sat in rooms I'd never seen and talked about Marcus and my fake relationship. Billings himself had no doubt examined our press photos for chemistry somewhere all the way over in Switzerland. And now, despite the ironic convenience of Marcus and me actually falling in love and wanting to get married, my baby might screw everything up. I didn't trust myself to say anything, so I just took a seat at the far end of the sofa. It's just for a while, Rebecca, Marcus said entreatingly. Just until things have settled down after the wedding. I don't want you to get hounded. So, you want us to keep it a secret until after the wedding? I said without inflection, cutting him off. It was Billings who answered.
Yes, if we want to preserve the resurrected image we've created, Marcus Taylor and his happy, stable family, we should wait until after the wedding.
I gave him a hard stare. And what? Hope that no one out there can count to 9? Marcus leaned forward quickly.
Billings, can you give us a minute?
The man stood up to leave, but I stopped him. No, Billings, you should stay. We're talking about our unborn child, after all, and that's apparently a PR issue. Billings froze uncertainly in between us, but then lowered himself into his chair, flashing Marcus a look before turning to me with condescending patience.
Rebecca, this really is for the best,
Billings said. It's Miss White, actually, I corrected with an icy stare. Now let's get on with the rest of the run-through. Marcus reached for me tentatively.
Honey,
It's just for a few weeks. I don't... Stop. My voice and eyes were flat, robotic. You don't want me to be pregnant because it's bad for business. Fine. I'm not pregnant. Moving on. Becca. Moving on, Marcus. Again, Billings stared thoughtfully between us for a moment before pulling out a clipboard with a cursory nod.
Good. Okay, next question. Are you ever troubled by Marcus's rather infamous past?
My mind was still reeling, and it took me a moment to recover myself. I'm sorry, what? What does that mean?
You know, his last girlfriend, Eve, was a virtual doppelganger for you.
Excuse me?
Marcus stood up. Billings, that's enough.
Billings blinked in surprise. Clearly the notion of sensitivity was completely foreign to him.
Everyone's saying it, Marcus. There are comparison shots all over the news.
A small, semi-hysterical grin crept up the side of my face as I got once more to my feet.
Rebecca, wait.
Marcus tried to preempt me leaving. Clearly this is going well, I mused, more to myself than anyone else. I'm taking a little break, all right? I'm going to get out of the house for a while. Pick up a mocha. Marcus glanced outside nervously, as if seeing dangers that I could not.
You know, sweetie, I can just have them make that for you here.
My eyes flashed, and I turned around halfway to the front door. I don't want that, Marcus. I don't want to resign myself to live as a perpetual shut-in, any more than I want my whole life's narrative to be determined by some bossy, uptight guy in an overly fitted suit. No offense, Billings? He held up a hand.
None taken.
I want to be by myself and have that be okay, all right? Now I'm going to go out, get a taxi, and pick up my mocha. I stomped toward the foyer. Decaf! I shouted over my shoulder. Not that I'm pregnant! The second I was by myself on the front stoop, I gave a muffled little scream, actually stamping my foot in frustration. 4 days ago, my life had been perfect. I was living in a sexed-out haze with the first man I'd ever loved in a virtual palace in the Hollywood Hills. Now, my house had been effectively invaded. Everyone inside was blatantly encouraging me to become a shut-in lest the media trip me up. And what should have been the two happiest things in my life, my upcoming wedding and my pregnancy, had been depressingly intertwined. And while one of them was literally the talk of the town, the other had to be actively hidden from an ever-inquisitive world.
Do you think she knows we can hear her through the open window?
I heard Billings ask from inside. I stamped my foot again, cursed like a sailor, and took off marching toward the gate at the base of the hill. Never mind the fact that some freakish zombie peacock was prowling the grounds, or that the walk down to the gate was a good half-mile. I was in such a state, I felt like I could handle just about anything. Anything except an utter betrayal from my only recently not fake fiancé. About 10 minutes later, I finally made it to the other side of the property. I probably would have gotten there a lot sooner, but I was still unfortunately wearing the ludicrous heels that Billings's people were having me practice in before the interview tomorrow morning. The second I was outside, I dialed for a taxi, then promptly called Amanda, asking her to meet me for an incredibly late lunch. Definitely, she instantly agreed. I could hear her grabbing her car keys. Ooh, let's go to Chateau Marmont. Unlike me, Amanda was taking full advantage of our newfound group entry into places that were previously out of our reach due to either price or prestige. I think I got an unofficial ban after I basically gave Marcus a lap dance the last time, I confessed. What about sushi? Raw fish, Bex? Honestly, don't go killing my godchild. Shit, of course. Chinese? Perfect. See you there. Marcus is being a dick, by the way. She laughed. We'll talk in 10. Precisely 10 minutes later, I was pulling up in front of Mr. Chow's. I thanked my taxi driver and hopped out onto the sidewalk, scanning the crowds for Amanda. For a moment, everything seemed fine. I was just another slightly overdressed, wanton enthusiast ready to chow down with her friend. Then, very slowly, I began to realize that something had gone quite wrong. The crowd began to shift their gaze, like some master puppeteer had maneuvered them all at the same time. Excited to see someone famous, I turned in the same direction, only to see the other side looking back at me. There was a bizarre hush, the kind of silence a horde of people shouldn't be capable of. Then came the explosion. "Rebecca! Look over here! Rebecca White! Are you excited about the wedding, Rebecca? What does it take to keep a man like Marcus Taylor in bed?" My eyes squinted up automatically to protect themselves from the sudden array of flashbulbs and light. Whether it was a group of hipsters with their smartphones or the actual paparazzi, drawn to the commotion faster than sharks and blood, everyone wanted to take a small piece of me. I whirled around to see if my taxi driver was by chance still here. Maybe it wasn't too late to make a run for it, but no such luck. One hand came up instinctively to my belly to protect the baby before I remembered the part I was playing and forced it back down. "Is he insisting on a prenup? Have the two of you ever had a threesome? When are you going to start a family?" "Bex!" Somehow, Amanda's voice stood out above the chaos. I turned around just as she swept in and took my hand, towing me into the restaurant like a person drowning, confused and disoriented. The moment we were safely inside, the manager greeted us and led us upstairs to a prime table, one with a view of the entire street, which was full of people still screaming after me. My hands were literally shaking as I took a calming sip of tea. They were jumping up and down now, like there was any chance I'd go back outside in that mess. This is what Marcus was worried about," I said suddenly, remembering the wary look he'd cast out the window when I said I wanted to go out alone. "This might be something you have to get used to," Amanda said sympathetically. "This would have happened with fame anyway. Didn't we both want to be famous movie stars at one time? I don't mind getting recognized for my acting abilities, but I'm only getting recognized as Marcus Taylor's fiancé." We sat there for a while, browsing distractedly through the menu, but the crowd didn't lessen. In fact, it only got bigger. Before long, a news van arrived, followed soon after by two more. The sky had already begun to darken, but it only made the menace seem more real. Shrill screams echoed back in the shadows, punctuated far too often with a flash of light as a cameraman set up a location shot for whatever story this was supposed to be. Rebecca White goes to lunch? Rebecca White freezes like a stunned animal when asked about her fiancé? Rebecca White, deer in the headlights. Fascinating stuff, really. But Marcus was right. The public already knew every piece of information he was willing to share. It was my turn now, and the press was hungry. "Mandy, I'm sorry. I can't eat like this." She peered out the window, looking worried. "No, me neither. This is insane." The waiter came by and we quietly asked for the bill for our tea, leaving an incredibly generous amount of money on the table for all the trouble. "It's no trouble," he assured us repeatedly. "It's actually great for business whenever a celebrity arrives." "I'm not a celebrity," I said automatically, gripping my coat tighter around me. He looked doubtful, but smiled gratefully at the tip, and escorted us out a side entrance where 2 taxis had already been called. I gave Amanda a quick goodbye hug, nervous that people would spot us if we stayed outside too long. "Sorry about lunch," I said glumly. "Try again soon?" She squeezed my hand and smiled. "Next time, we'll go out in wigs. No one will recognize you." I brightened slightly at this and turned to leave, but she caught my wrist once more. "Bex, talk to Marcus. I'm sure there's a reason behind whatever he's doing." A ghost of a smile flitted across my face. Amanda and I waved quickly and disappeared in our respective cabs, shooting off in opposite directions before the press arrived. When I got back to the villa, Billings's people had all disappeared. I got the feeling that Marcus had ordered them away. The housekeepers looked as thrilled as I was. The stoic head of security even flashed me a rare smile as I headed upstairs. "Hey," I called softly as I knocked on our bedroom door. "You in here?" The door opened immediately. I didn't think I'd ever get fully used to waking up to that face. I wasn't sure anyone could. It was almost too perfect. Startlingly perfect. You had to stare.
"Hey."
Marcus smiled tentatively and gestured me inside.
"You never have to knock, you know. It's your room now, too."
I nodded self-consciously, pondering Amanda's advice and wondering where to begin. In the end, I dropped my purse by the door and sat down in the center of the bed, patting the spot beside me. Marcus followed my lead, shutting the door first to give us some privacy.
"How was Chinese?"
he asked quietly, kissing my stomach before straightening up. I frowned curiously. "How did you know we went for Chinese?" He bit his lip nervously.
"Saw it on the news."
My jaw dropped open. "You're kidding me!" I rushed over to his open laptop, and sure enough, there was a picture of me standing in the middle of the crowd, looking frightened and alone. "Great," I moaned, dropping my face into my hands. "That was quick. Look how my hair is all poofy from the wind."
"Rebecca," he said seriously, "if you want to bring back 80s hair, I have enough money to do that. We'll just have to draft up a memo."
"You're the worst," I giggled, tossing a pencil in his general direction.
"Terrible aim, too."
He shook his head disapprovingly before catching my wrist and pulling me to him on the bed with a smile. Despite my simmering anger, I snuggled against him, determined to talk it out like a grown-up. "Who's Eve?" I asked after a while, sneaking a look at him from beneath my lashes. His face tightened uncomfortably, and he sighed.
"You want the truth?"
The answer caught me off guard, and I frowned. "Well, maybe."
"Eve was one of 2 girls I was dating before I met you. And yes, now that Billings pointed it out, I guess you bear a slight resemblance, but she's in no way your doppelganger."
"Oh." I didn't know what I was expecting him to say. I didn't know whether it would help or hurt me to hear it. But at a time when it seemed like everything had to be either hidden away or completely exposed, I was leaning toward honesty when at all possible.
"And that's not the half of it."
He twisted around slightly to face me.
"Rebecca, I've had a fucked up couple of years. I've passed out in a million embarrassing places, each time discovered there by the press. Slept with enough girls that I couldn't begin to tell you half their names, and taken enough drugs to kill a small whale. I'm not proud of it. I haven't been proud of it for a long time, but I never knew how damaging it was until now."
I absorbed it as best I could, hand on my stomach the whole time. I had figured as much. When someone's PR firm thought it was best to continue the charade of Marcus having a fake girlfriend to stabilize their image, it wasn't because the guy was a saint. Then again, the last thing he said confused me. "What are you talking about?" I leaned back so I could see him better. "Until now."
"Now it can hurt you,"
he said quietly, kissing me on the forehead.
"Now it can hurt our family."
"Our family?" My hand came down and I stared up at him seriously. "I don't like hiding this from anyone. I don't like that the first thing we're doing for our child is keeping it a secret." He dropped his head and sighed.
"I think it's for the best."
My chest tightened, but I let it go. The decision had been made, at least for now. But as we lay there, side by side, I couldn't help but wonder, the best for who? Chapter 13. For the first time since I moved into Marcus's room, I couldn't fall asleep. Whether it was my constant, irrational fear of rolling over onto my stomach and crushing the baby, fear of the impending morning show where I was absolutely not allowed to talk about the baby, or leftover prickly energy from our fight about the baby, I tossed and turned for hours. It wasn't until the sky tinged pink with the rising sun that I was finally able to doze off a little. But by that time, morning sickness kicked in, and I found myself racing to the bathroom. I collapsed against the side of the bathtub after a few minutes of retching and hugged my knees to my chest. Marcus didn't have cool tiles like Amanda and I used to. There was a thick white carpet, the kind you could sink your toes into after a hot bath. On most days, I actually found this quite charming, but today, when I was sticky with nausea and bursts of sweaty chills, I would have almost preferred to be back in my old apartment. Soft footsteps padded from the bed to the bathroom, and a second later, Marcus knocked softly on the door. "Hey, honey, you okay in there?" "Yeah, I'm fine," I said with a shiver, holding onto the side of the toilet in case it started up again. "What time is it?" "It's a little after 5. I grimaced and shut my eyes. So much for getting a full night of beauty sleep before my bloodshot, puffy, not pregnant mug was going to be plastered on every television screen from here to Rhode Island. Marcus leaned against the door so it opened a crack. When he caught my eye, he flashed a sympathetic smile. "You want some crackers or water or anything? Or maybe a blanket?" "No," I said with more confidence than I actually felt. "I think that was the worst of it." I got up and he led me gingerly back to bed. But one glance and I knew I wouldn't be getting any more, that is, any sleep tonight. "Actually, I think I'm just gonna get up. They start filming pretty early, and Amanda's going to be here at 6 to help me get ready." "Are you sure?" He looked concerned. "You're a sleep hoarder. Usually you can't get enough." "Not today." I flashed a queasy smile and headed back to the bathroom. "I'm gonna take a quick shower. Go back to sleep." He rubbed his eyes wearily. "Nah, you're up. I'm up. Care for a shower, buddy?" I paused. "Actually, not today, if that's all right. I'm still feeling like I might be sick." "Of course," he said quickly, slipping into his bathrobe and going to fire up his computer. I rolled my eyes and grinned as I headed back for the bathroom. He had a habit of checking the Japanese stock exchange every morning before breakfast. Different folks, different strokes. Increasingly confident that the worst of the queasiness was behind me, I fired up the jets and took a step into the warm steam. A million goosebumps popped up all over my arms, and I shivered with belated chills. A second later, a pair of warm arms circled around me. I leaned back automatically as Marcus kissed the part of my neck just below my ear. "Becca," he murmured, "you don't have to do the show if you don't want to. I can call Billings right now and have him cancel. You just say the word." Any warm stirrings I might have been starting to feel dissipated immediately in the steamy fog. I took a step away and shook my head with a tight smile. "We need this, right? It's good for... you know? It's good for everything." I couldn't bring myself to say the word business. If anyone were to ask me directly, I could honestly say that at this moment, I didn't give a flying fuck about Marcus's business. His face tightened, and he watched helplessly as I began to lather my hair. "Well, I mean, yes, it would be good. But that doesn't mean that you have to." "Then I'll do it," I said simply. I didn't want to dwell. I didn't want to fight. I just wanted to make it through the next few hours without throwing up on anybody. He nodded mutely and paused uncertainly in the doorway, as if wondering what to do next. Well, are you sure you don't want some company in there? I could... Already done. I flicked off the water and stepped out into the steam, wrapping myself in a towel and hovering casually just out of his reach. I was really not in the mood to be coddled right now, but I could never bring myself to do anything to actively hurt his feelings. Do you think you could bring up some fruit for breakfast? I asked helpfully. Maybe giving him a task would distract him from some of his well-deserved guilt about the morning's agenda. Of course, he replied instantly, relieved as I knew he would be. Peppermint tea. That actually sounds wonderful, I admitted. Thanks, babe. He disappeared the next moment, and I heaved a silent sigh of relief. Since when was I uncomfortable around Marcus? Since when did I wait to take my guard down until he left? Since he decided to force me to hide my shameful, out-of-wedlock baby. I gritted my teeth but stared determinedly into the mirror. I had agreed to this. I had committed. I picked up my brush and began tugging it fiercely through each of my tangled curls. With any luck, they wouldn't even ask about the baby. Chapter 14. And why the quick wedding, Miss White? You aren't pregnant, are you? My heart pounded guiltily away in my chest as I lowered my head with a sigh. Mental note: don't sign up for the polygraph. I wouldn't make it past the first question. Why don't I just say, take the fifth? Amanda laughed, holding up my practice note cards in front of her face. I'm pretty sure that's an admission of guilt right there. That's what I'm talking about. I threw up my hands in frustration. It's like we can't talk about my baby without using words like hide and guilt. There's nothing wrong here. This is supposed to be something wonderful. How would you feel? She shrugged, but met my anger with steady sincerity. I wouldn't have agreed to it. My stomach dropped straight to the floor, and I stared down at my hands, fighting back frustrated tears. Her face softened sympathetically, and she clapped me on the shoulder. But you did. And I understand why you did. Really, Bex, I do. So let's just move on to an easier question. She flipped hastily through the cards. Like, where did you two meet? She glanced up with a quirky frown. Gosh, you guys just can't catch a break, can you? I shook my head and stared glumly into the mirror. We met on vacation in Bermuda. His room was just across the hall from mine, and we were in the same scuba class. For the next few days, we just kept running into each other. Finally, he came over and introduced himself. Like you would ever scuba! She snorted at the thought, but when she met my exasperated stare, she quickly transformed her face into a serious frown. No, that was good. Very believable. I like the thoughtful pause. She looked at me. And since when can you afford a trip to Bermuda? I never could. They got these facts all wrong. Just tell everyone the truth. You know I can't. Not that. That you met Marcus on your way to work at the coffee shop. Because that would make me too ordinary. She laughed. We can't have that now, can we? I dropped my head into my hands. What the fuck am I doing? Who wrote these anyway? She asked, browsing through the questions. It was love at first sight? You know, that feeling you get in your stomach that just never quite goes away? She stopped quoting and lowered the cards to her lap. I feel like I'm reading a Judy Blume book here. That's all Billings, I said wryly. Some of his finest work, I'm assured. Billings, Amanda mused as she continued reading. I still want to meet him. Trust me, you don't.
Did I hear my name?
We both looked up in surprise as Billings himself swept into the room, followed by a team of hairdressers and stylists. Marcus trailed along at the end, but stopped in the doorframe, leaning on it nervously as he watched the situation unfold. I forced my face into a sweet smile. Just singing your praises, old friend. Amanda held up the cards and attempted politeness. This is some quality stuff. He rewarded each of us with a bitchy smile.
Well, when your clients met each other under fraudulent circumstances, proceeded to dupe stockholders with a paid relationship, and then got immediately pregnant, you work with what you've got.
I happen to like their story. Amanda jutted up her chin loyally, refusing to budge and forcing the frazzled hairdressers to work around her. One of those fairy tales, but they fell in love and it all came together in the end sort of deals.
You, my dear, Billings muttered as he gazed critically at my reflection, would never have a successful career in public relations.
She kicked up her heels and grinned. No, I'm far too concerned with fulfilling my own life goals to professionally dedicate myself to the perceptions of others. You know, as profound as that may be. For the first time all morning, I flashed her a genuine smile. Even Marcus stifled a little grin as Billings glanced back his way.
This is your friend Amanda I've been hearing so much about? He asked flatly.
His eyes narrowed when I nodded happily, and he looked her up and down.
That fits. Why don't we just get on with it? Marcus suggested peaceably from the doorway. We need to have her at the studio within the hour. Right you are. Billings straightened up, suddenly all business. Rebecca, did you go over the cards last night?
Sure did. Loved them.
Good. Then let's focus on wardrobe. I've pulled out 3 different dresses for you to choose from, each one modest but stylish. We want to downplay the gold digger accusations as much as possible, and each one cinches at the waist to dissuade the notion that you might be pregnant? I asked loudly, ignoring the darting gazes from the hairdressers as they buzzed around my head. Marcus met my eyes in the mirror, but Billings stepped inadvertently in between. Yes, pregnant. We wouldn't want anyone to get the wrong idea. We stared each other down for a minute before I flashed a fleeting smile.
Of course not.
Still watching me warily, he turned his head to the side. Katya, can you bring in the dresses for me? Now, Rebecca, whichever one you choose has its own style.
You choose, I interrupted. He paused mid-sentence.
I'm sorry.
I lifted my head as my newly styled curls fell down my back. I said you choose. This is what you're best at, right? And this is our story. I glanced down at the cards. The hairdressers scattered as the makeup girls rushed in.
Yes, Billings said slowly. That is your story.
I smiled sweetly. Then, I don't see the need for me to have any input at all. There's clearly nothing of me in here, and I'm nothing if not a stickler for consistency.
There was a slight pause. We're going with the white. Makes her seem more bridal. And get rid of the heavy jewelry. We're going with classic teardrop pearls. Think Jackie O. You know, before the death and bloodshed. I want you 3 over here directing... I tuned out as Billings's voice became a low hum and looked instead at Marcus. He was watching the proceedings with a very odd look on his face, eyes following the movements as the publicity people rushed this way and that, painting, styling, and creating a whole new image. A brand new Rebecca. A brand. I should have stopped at that. Something perfect, something unfamiliar, something that wouldn't make any waves. I stared him down until he left the room, mumbling something about taking a quick conference call before meeting us at the studio. 20 minutes later, we were in the limo and speeding across the freeway. I was told that normally the show taped in New York,
but they'd sent someone out special to Los Angeles just for me. I wished I could have felt flattered, but all I felt was dread. Amanda sat by my side, laced arm in arm, viciously staring down Billings, who sat across from us with the senior members of his team. Marcus was coming along later, but promised to be there for the actual interview. By the time we pulled up at the studio, tensions were running a bit high. But that couldn't have mattered less in this profession. The second our feet hit the pavement, we were all smiles. I waved courteously to the little crowd that had gathered outside the doors, holding on to Amanda in a deceptively vice-like grip until we were swept inside and rushed to a dressing room. As soon as the door closed, she yanked her wrist away from me. "For fuck's sake, woman!" She rubbed at the red finger lines indented in her skin. "I almost lost a hand out there." "This is war," I replied dismissively. "Be grateful it wasn't your entire arm." We giggled nervously, but stopped the second the door opened back up again. A 9-foot-tall blonde Amazon walked inside. Despite her striking features, she had the most suburban face I'd ever seen. A face I'd seen on the cover of a dozen magazines, posing with a serious smile. "Rebecca?" she asked sweetly, extending a hand. I gulped nervously and shook it quickly. "Hi, thanks for having me."
"Well, thank you for coming."
She flashed a triumphant smile.
"Between you and me, this was actually quite the coveted talk. Now I understand that this is your first ever interview?"
"Yes." I tried not to sound as anxious as I felt. "First one." Her eyes dilated hungrily, but she instinctively softened her features with a strategically calming smile.
"Well, it's going to be a breeze. I'm just going to ask you a few questions, mostly about you and Marcus. Where did you two meet? Tell us a little about the proposal, things like that. If it's all right with you, I'd like to throw in a few about the upcoming wedding."
For the first time, I longed for Billings. Yeah, that will be fine. There's not much to say yet, I'm afraid. You'd be better off asking my mother." She threw back her head and laughed like I'd just said the funniest thing in the whole world. Amanda and I shot each other concerned glances, but were quick to join in the second she looked back our way. When we'd quieted down, she put an awkward hand on my shoulder. "Well, we've got about 10 minutes, then they'll call you out to the stage. Try to ignore the audience and look at me, like we're just having a talk in your living room." "Okay." I tucked my hair behind my ear with a nervous smile. "Thanks." She beamed back. "In the meantime, help yourself to some breakfast. Don't want to be going into this with a ton of nerves and a low blood sugar." She laughed again and patted me goodbye, but before she left, I could have sworn her eyes flickered down to my stomach. When she was gone, Amanda and I turned for the first time to the little buffet that had been set up in the corner. The second I saw it, my heart stopped. "Mimosas? Champagne? Brie? Oysters?" Amanda turned to me in shock. "She's not very subtle, is she?" "We should get Billings in here," I muttered, backing away from the table. "We're going to have to change our game plan if we don't eat these." A sudden wave of nausea hit me, and I ran for the bathroom, making it just in time. Precisely 10 minutes later, I was led by a wide-eyed tech out to the edge of the stage to wait for my introduction. As I peered out past the curtain at the swollen audience, a wild flurry of nerves made me almost lightheaded. I reached back for some kind of support and found myself latched onto Billings, of all people. Rather than pulling away, he leaned closer, turning me to face him and putting 2 steady hands on my shoulders. "Deep breaths," he instructed, guiding me through a pair. "You're going to be fine. Just don't forget to keep breathing." What if I forget my cue cards?" I whispered anxiously. "If you forget your cue cards, then just start talking.
Let them see a bit of that sparkling Rebecca White personality. You'll win them over in no time."
I looked up at him in surprise, and I could have sworn I saw him wink.
"You are the girl who stole the heart of Marcus Taylor, after all."
He flashed me a quick smile in the darkness.
"No amount of PR fabrication is ever going to change that."
I felt almost bonded to him, up until the very moment he stuck his hands down my bodice to pull up the front of my dress. Did the man have no boundaries? I wheedled away from his prying hands with a scowl, just as I heard my name.
"That's it," the tech whispered to me. "You're on."
He half shoved me out onto the stage, but thanks to a lifetime of recovering from public stumbles, I caught myself just in time and walked gracefully out to the center to meet my blonde executioner. She smiled widely and gestured for me to sit on one of the 2 plush love seats that had been angled toward each other. As I settled in, I peered out for the first time past the blinding lights and rows of seats. Sure enough, there was Marcus, just where he promised. He wasn't sitting with the general crowd. In fact, for perhaps the first time since I'd met him, he wasn't dressed for the occasion. Instead of going with slacks and dress shirts like the rest of the men there, he was wearing jeans and a baseball cap. For good measure, he'd left on his sunglasses despite the darkened studio. Even from a distance, I could tell he was proud of his efforts. Probably thought it was the best version of incognito. I flashed him a small grin, then turned back to the interviewer. There was a little microphone pinned to the top of my dress, and I was hyper-aware of the fact that it could pick up everything, from my pounding heart to my frantic breathing. Taking Billings's advice, I leaned back deliberately in my chair and took a few deep breaths. "So, Rebecca," she leaned forward with a smile, "before we really get started, I just have to ask, how did you do it?" My body froze, but I kept on a polite smile. "Do what?" She raised her eyebrows skeptically. "World's most famous bachelor, famous ladies' man, net worth over $14 billion. How did you get Marcus Taylor?" My blood rose to a boil, but for the first time, I actually started to relax. So this was how the game was played, was it? "Oh, Wendy," I laughed. "I think the question is, how did Marcus Taylor land me?" The crowd roared in approval, and Marcus himself flashed me a little smile. Instead of being put out, the interviewer actually rose to the occasion with genuine excitement. The lights shined down upon us, and she pulled her chair closer to mine. The show was afoot. We bantered back and forth for the better part of an hour, dancing around the weightier issues and focusing on the charming, light-hearted stuff. Favorite gift? A little diamond bracelet. Favorite moment? Karaoke, to the delight of the audience. Favorite kiss? Wouldn't you like to know? The longer we went at it, the easier it got. I stuck primarily to the cue cards, but for the most part, there wasn't anything she was asking me where I couldn't insert a healthy and, as quickly became apparent, delightful bit of truth. It was exactly what Billings had been talking about. I was warming the crowd to Marcus without him even being on stage, endearing him to a brand new audience by exposing another side of him. A charming, goofy, softer side. With me. But it couldn't be all sunshine and rainbows. As our time was coming to a close, Wendy's sharp eyes flickered suddenly to the cue cards over my shoulder. Before I even had a chance to get nervous, she hit me with the first one. "So, why the fast wedding?" she asked abruptly. 3 months isn't a very long time. Why so quick to rush to the altar? My heart skipped a beat, but I recovered myself instantaneously. "What can I say? When you know, you know." The audience cooed, but she wasn't satisfied yet.
But just a month away. Is that even enough time to plan a wedding?
Marcus's face twitched nervously, and I forced a laugh. You'd have to ask my mother. According to her, this is her big party. Marcus and I just happen to be getting married at the same time. The crowd roared in laughter.
So, there's no other rush besides that?
I pretended to be confused. No other rush? We're just romantics at heart. I held up my hands to the crowd, and they thundered with applause. Apparently, I was a hit. Her blue eyes sparkled, and she snapped her fingers with some prearranged cue. In that case, let's celebrate. 2 waiters appeared from nowhere and handed each of us a tall flute of champagne. A lump rose up in my throat, and I stared at it with dread. I could almost see Billings roaring in protest in the background, but no matter what he said now, no matter how many heads were sure to roll, the damage was done. The champagne was in my hands, and I was suddenly faced with a very obvious choice. The baby or the business? I laughed as we clinked glasses. I brought the champagne up to my lips. Every eye in the house was fixed upon me. But just before I took a sip, I suddenly lowered it to my lap. Wendy? I chided playfully. Are you trying to get me to admit that I'm pregnant? Chapter 15.
How could you do that?
Marcus was furious. I had actually never seen him this mad. We were back at the house now, Billings and his people trailing behind. The housekeeper scattered upon our noisy arrival, and even the bloodthirsty Eduardo shrank back into the safety of the trees. He threw up his arms and whirled back at me, ignoring the sea of faces watching.
I told you what was on the line.
But not only was he dealing with a girl who'd just been betrayed and ambushed on live television, he was dealing with a hormonal, pregnant, soon-to-be mother. Needless to say, his rage was met with some rage of my own. I'm not going to hide my baby because it's inconvenient for your latest stock merger, I shouted back. And what the hell was I supposed to do, Marcus? She handed me booze on live TV. It's not like I could drink it.
One sip of champagne wouldn't have hurt the baby in the slightest, and you know it.
My mouth fell open in shock. Listen to what you're saying.
No, Rebecca, you listen.
His voice echoed off the marble floors and high ceilings like he was screaming through a mic.
You're a hard worker with an admirable job, and I respect that. But you have no idea what it takes to run a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Now, both Billings and I were telling you that the best thing for all of us was if you just sucked it up for a few weeks and held in the news that you're pregnant.
The redhead woman dressed in a fashionable dress rolled her eyes at me. If you had to take one harmless sip of champagne in the process, so be it. But you couldn't even do that. I glared at her. Hey, she said. I've been working my ass off with Billings trying to fix your boyfriend's image. Excuse me, I said. Who are you? Tabitha. Your husband hired the best PR firm around, and we're going to fix this. Marcus ran a hand through his hair.
How bad is it?
Actually, sir, Billings interjected himself with his usual lack of grace.
The reaction from the show thus far has been overwhelmingly positive. They loved Rebecca. Regis and Kelly are considering doing a full segment dedicated to you and Rebecca.
True, but she fucked everything up, Tabitha said.
Shut up!
Marcus roared at the woman. Please calm down, I said.
How am I supposed to fix this? He said.
I can't believe you're actually angry with me for this, I hissed. I did your little dance as long as I could, up until the very moment that she plopped a glass of champagne into my hands. How is it that no matter how high the stakes, you don't seem to care what's best for our baby?
All I ever tried to do is what's best for you, he interrupted.
No, All you've ever tried to do is mold me into whatever fits best with your present social narrative, I shot back, temper rising. And I'm sick of it! They're calling you a whore, Tabitha said. An actress trying to get to the top by sleeping with a billionaire. All was suddenly quiet. My breath caught in my throat as the word echoed out into silence between us. Marcus was panting as if he'd just sprinted inside, chest heaving up and down as we locked eyes.
Why do you think I've wanted you to stay inside? Why do you think I've wanted to keep the baby news under wraps this entire time?
His eyes flashed heatedly.
I've been trying to protect you and our future child.
He took a step closer and leaned down with a glare.
Don't ever tell me that I don't care about what's best for my family. It dictates my every move.
I suddenly felt very small in a house that was much too big. The windows and doors seemed to loom up in front of me, and I staggered a half-step back.
A whore?
You didn't think I could handle hearing this? I have an unbelievably thick skin from all the rejection of being a struggling actress. And yes, I have a better chance of getting hit by a meteor than getting my acting career off the ground. But I never went after you so you could help me get to the top. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. You should have told me about the rumors, because I can handle anything thrown at me. It came out as a scratchy whisper. Tabitha shook her head in exasperation. How do you think it looks? Girl meets very rich boy and 3 months later ends up pregnant. It's not exactly a stretch for them to assume you're trying to trap a billionaire by getting yourself knocked up. I looked at Marcus. Is that what you think? I asked suddenly. My eyes shot up to his and I found myself abruptly terrified of what he might say. With the speed at which my world had been changing the last few days, it hadn't even occurred to me that this might be an issue. But surely the thought had crossed his mind. Of course not, he said dismissively, but as quick as he was to assure me, a flash of doubt flickered through his eyes. It told me everything I needed to know. Oh my gosh! I shrank back another step. You do! You think I did this on purpose?
I don't,
he said again, but our eyes locked and he sighed.
I know exactly how religious you are about birth control, Rebecca. How is it that a few days before Takahari's supposed to sign the deal, you suddenly end up pregnant?
I felt like he'd slapped me. The world blurred before my eyes, and it took me a second to realize I was crying. I can't believe this is happening, I whispered, shaking my head. The world thinks you're a whore. We're trying to fix it, Tabitha said.
Tabitha, get the fuck out of my house, Marcus shouted. I've had enough of you. You're never welcome here again.
She blinked momentarily, then tossed back her red hair, while Billings gathered up his people with a casual wave of his hand.
Let's go, people, he said.
As Tabitha swept nonchalantly out the door, I could have sworn she flashed me a quick, clandestine smile.
And the rest of you?
Marcus spun around, waving his hands at the people frozen on the periphery of our fiery display.
Clear the fucking room.
I glared at him beneath the chandelier as the room silently emptied. He took a step toward me, but I turned and rushed for the front door. It wasn't until I pulled it open that I realized I had no place to go. This was supposed to be home now.
Rebecca, don't!
He ran out after me.
Don't take off again. Look, I'm sorry.
But I'd suddenly run into Billings, standing at the base of the stone steps with his crowd of minions. When I came tearing out of the house, he looked up in surprise, lowering his chattering phone and gazing at me curiously. Billings? I panted, unable to catch my breath.
Yes, Miss White?
Please give me your car. Chapter 16. It was the middle of the night when I finally pulled up at Barry and Amanda's townhouse in Westwood. I had been driving for hours, trying to clear my head, but 100 circuitous miles later, I still couldn't wrap my mind around what had happened. Marcus thought this was my fault. That statement alone implied several things. One, that this whole situation, our impending baby, was a fault, a blame to be placed on one of our heads. Two, while I was thinking this whole time that we were finally in a good place, taking steps to plan our future, he had thought that future included a massive deception on my part. And three, I didn't know if there was even going to be a future anymore. How could he have wanted to spend his life with a woman he thought was strategically anchoring him down with a baby, no matter how much he might love her? And how, in the name of heaven and hell, could he possibly think that I would do such a thing? How could he love me if he didn't know me well enough to be certain that that was nowhere inside my personality? And that was the thing. He didn't really know me at all, just like I didn't know him at all either. We needed time to really get to know each other, preferably before a marriage and having a baby. I think we did it the other way around, and yeah, that was completely backward. I wiped my face and climbed out of my new car in silence, pushing the door shut and dragging my feet up the granite stairs to their house. After ringing the doorbell twice, a light snapped on. 2 seconds later, Barry came to the door.
"Rebecca?"
he asked in surprise, staring out into the darkness.
"It's 2 in the morning. What are you doing here? Is everything okay?"
His eyes flickered out to the driveway.
"When did you get a Porsche?"
"It's not mine," I said dully, shivering in the slight breeze. "Can I come in?"
"Of course."
He pushed open the door and gestured me inside, glancing once more at the stolen vehicle before locking up carefully behind us.
"Amanda's just in the—"
But I was already on my way to the bedroom. Davis rubbed up against my legs and I petted him. Amanda was fast asleep, sprawled out across the queen-sized bed. After the huge California king I'd been sleeping in with Marcus, it actually looked quite invitingly cozy. I watched her for a moment before the words came welling up inside me, too hard and too horrible to contain. "He thinks it's my fault." Her eyes fluttered open and she squinted at me in the dim light flooding in from the hall. "Bex, is that you?" "Marcus thinks it's my fault. He thinks I got pregnant on purpose." Her eyes widened and she hoisted herself up, patting the spot beside her on the bed. I climbed in, and we lay on our backs, staring up at the ceiling like we'd done since we were teenagers, silently supporting and solving our lives' problems, one meditative talk at a time. "He can't think that," she said after a while, twisting slightly to look at me. "He saw you freak out at the clinic. You flew to Washington for feck's sake. You didn't plan a thing. He told me himself." I wiped a silent tear from my face. "After the morning show, he was furious with me. Said I'd messed everything up. Said, how was it possible I'd gotten pregnant? Tabitha on Marcus's PR team said the whole world was calling me a whore." She sat up suddenly. "She did not." "Yep." I fluffed up Barry's pillow beneath my head. "Apparently, I look like a typical gold digger, and he's been hiding me to protect me. But now I've gone and fucked it all up by not drinking booze while pregnant on TV. I still can't believe that happened." She laid her head back down and played absent-mindedly with her hair as we gazed up at the ceiling. "I can't believe that bitch offered you champagne. And I'm sorry, Bex, but what the hell were you supposed to do?" "That's what I said." "Marcus can't believe that stuff. I don't know what's going through his mind." "Men," she scoffed, shaking her head. This is why they can't get pregnant, because they can't handle the awesome responsibility of growing a human life. They'd kill it with Budweiser. This is Marcus we're talking about. You're right. He would get insured first. I snorted in teary laughter. No, I meant he'd be drinking something pretentious. The crack of light on the floor widened slightly as Barry peeked his head in.
Hey, girls, is everything all right?
Amanda lifted her head. We're gonna need a while, sweetie. You okay sleeping on the couch tonight? He shook his head with a rueful smile.
By now, I'd expect nothing less.
As he disappeared, I turned back to her in despair. See, Barry gets it. Barry is wonderful. Why can't Marcus just know that I would never do this on purpose? How can he not know that about me? I don't know, Bex. I bit my lip as more tears spilled over. How can I marry someone who would think that of me? I mean, we don't know each other at all, do we? She rolled onto her side. I think you do. I scoffed, but she held up a hand. I'm serious. I know it's only been 3 months, but I think you do. There is something about the two of you that just clicks. There always has been. I raised my eyebrows expectantly. But now? Now? Her face tightened angrily. Fuck him. He thinks you got pregnant as part of some scheme? Cool. You can raise the baby with Barry and me. And if anyone comes throwing rocks and calling you a whore, well, to be honest, Bex, not only could I use the target practice, but I've been calling you that for years. We stared at each other for a second before bursting out laughing. I thought that title was reserved for you, I said. Okay, yeah, it was. But I swear I'm a changed woman now. We both laughed. Her arm laced through mine, and she patted my hand as we turned back to the ceiling. You are going to get through this, she said when we finally settled down. With or without him, we're going to make this work. Thanks, I whispered. I squeezed her hand as more tears poured down my cheeks. You're my sister, Rebecca, she said seriously. We take care of each other. Now get some sleep. We'll figure it out in the morning. Over ice cream? Over ice cream. Chapter 17. The next morning actually came much quicker than I was prepared for. I slept soundly on Barry's side of the bed, safe in the knowledge that whatever the next day brought, we would face it together. But when the door creaked open a little after 8, my stomach tangled in knots. This time, Barry looked a bit nervous as he stuck his head inside.
Hey, sorry to wake you girls up, but Marcus is at the door. He seems pretty upset.
Amanda's eyes glowed fiercely as she kicked off the covers and pushed back her knotted hair. Barry, honey, do us a favor. Kick his ass and send him on his way? Barry's eyes widened a bit, but he stood up straighter.
Are you serious? He's a big guy.
You can take him on, baby. Amanda looked at me speculatively, leaving it up to me. I sincerely debated for a moment, but then decided that one way or another I needed to talk to him. I still had Billings's car, after all. At the very least, that would have to be returned. I should talk to him, I murmured, pulling myself out of bed. Amanda followed like an angry shadow, yanking a bathrobe over her cupcake pajamas. We wandered noiselessly down the hall, but the second I saw Marcus standing behind the glass-pane door, nervously tapping his fingers against his pants as he waited, I stopped abruptly in my tracks. An image of his skeptical, accusatory face flashed through my head, and I took a step back, shaking my head. "I can't," I mumbled to Amanda. "I can't talk to him." She nodded quickly and backed us up to the couch, gesturing to Barry, who opened the door with a rather sheepish look on his face.
Sorry, man. She doesn't want to talk to you."
Marcus's face paled, and he tried to look inside over Barry's shoulder.
"Rebecca!" he called blindly. "Bex, I'm sorry. I was an idiot. I didn't mean it. Please, talk to me."
Amanda shook her head sharply, and Barry turned and translated. "And tell him not to call her Bex," she added under her breath.
"Marcus, I think you should just go." Barry shifted anxiously from foot to foot. "Whatever you did, they're pretty upset in there. Kicked me out of bed."
Marcus ignored this and took a step forward.
"Becca, please, just let me apologize."
Barry held his ground, this time requiring no translation.
"I'm trying to be nice here, man, but if she doesn't want to talk to you, you're not coming inside."
He straightened up a little, and for the first time, I realized there were lean muscles under those professory shirts he was always wearing.
"You might want to take a step back."
For a second, Marcus looked like he was considering clocking Barry upside the head, but he took a step back and raised his hands.
Okay. Can you just tell her? Or if you're listening, Rebecca, please just know that I scheduled a meeting with the stockholders, and I'm recommending that we abandon the Takahari deal."
Amanda and I looked at each other in alarm as Barry glanced back inside uneasily.
"It's not worth anything if it means I lose you," Marcus continued.
Several neighbors had begun to gather, but he ignored them as he continued to pour out his heart.
"And for what it's worth, I wouldn't have taken the champagne either."
His face fell hopelessly as he took another step back.
"And I know you didn't get pregnant on purpose."
When there was nothing but silence from the house, he finally turned on his heel and walked dejectedly back to his car. He had almost made it when I stuck my head out the door.
"You're canceling the Takahari merger?"
His whole face brightened with relief.
"Rebecca,
you can't do that. He was your father's biggest client, and you're so close. Why on earth would you try to back out now? I absolutely forbid it." He completely ignored any reference to the business and rushed back as close as he dared while Amanda and Barry hovered protectively behind me.
"I know you didn't try to get pregnant."
His face was flushed and earnest.
"It was the worst thing I could have said. Blurted in a moment I know I'll regret forever. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it in the slightest. I know you."
He reached tentatively for my hand.
"I know you'd never do that."
I kept my hands to myself.
"Then why did you say it?"
His face softened thoughtfully.
"Rebecca, did I ever tell you my mom was a librarian?"
I hesitated. "No, you didn't."
"She was working full-time while she finished grad school on a scholarship. She'd won a working internship with an archaeological dig in Cairo, and she was headed there right after graduation. It was her dream, to be a jet-setting anthropologist. Then she met my dad." He stifled a small sigh. "He was just an up-and-coming financial investor trying to make a name for himself when they met and fell in love. They'd been together only a few months when he suddenly hit it big and landed himself on the cover of Forbes. At the same time, she got pregnant."
My stomach seized up and I held my breath. I thought I knew where this was going.
The press was relentless. Pegged her as a lying little harlot, trying to anchor him down now that he had money. Called her.
He met my eyes briefly before glancing away.
Called her all sorts of things.
It made a wedge between them. He started to believe what he heard. She started to go a little mad. When she finally died in the Westwood facility, she died with regrets. She never got to live her dream. And I don't want to take your dreams away from you. I know how much you want to be an actress. This time, when he offered his hands, I took them. Rebecca, I lashed out because I thought I saw history repeating itself, and that terrified me. I had to blame it on you because I couldn't be that guy. The guy who went out and got a girl pregnant and took her life away. Not like my father. Not like my mom. I pulled in a deep breath, trying to steady myself as I stared into his eyes. I got pregnant because we had sex, and sometimes birth control fails. I know that, he said softly. And I didn't take the drink. I'm glad you didn't take the drink. He flashed me a tender smile. It proves that you're going to be an awesome mother. It's one of the reasons I love you. That's so sweet. I've been doing a lot of soul-searching the entire night, and I've come to a realization. What? Remember what you said to me right before we went to the club? It was a while back, but you asked me, what's truly important to you as a man? Simply ask yourself, what's truly important to you? I said if nothing's coming to you, don't worry. Just keep thinking. I'll ask you later. Just be completely honest. And I finally know the answer to that question. What is it? To be the best husband and father that I can be. To put my family above my job. To give them everything they need. To love them to the best of my ability. I want a family more than anything. I want a wife to kiss on Christmas morning. I want to watch our children rip wrapping paper off their presents while we all sit by a big roaring fire in robes, drinking hot chocolate or eggnog. I smiled. Then we'll make a big family breakfast together. I want it more than anything in the world. No more quiet holidays? Nope. We'll fill up all the bedrooms. Come on, there's like 20 of them. He laughed. We'll breathe life into that lonely mansion. And I want to live this dream with you. And only you. A tear fell down my face. I love you. And I would love to start a life with you, Marcus Taylor. He grinned. And I love you, Rebecca White. There's nothing I'd rather do than marry you and start a family. Another kiss. There was a sudden screech of tires and a faint hum of people that grew exponentially louder over the course of just a few seconds. Great, I murmured, glancing around. One of the neighbors must have called the press. Come home with me. We need to start this dream right now, Marcus said with a steady smile. I glanced at Amanda and Barry, who gave me a thumbs up and a winking grin. Let's do it, baby, I shouted, jumping into his arms. Marcus beamed back at me. I just have to straighten out one critical detail, he said. Can it wait? I asked anxiously. Reporters were starting to gather in a tiny crowd at the base of the driveway, and I pulled automatically into the house. Nope. He took my hand firmly and marched us down to the gate. It's gotta be now. I had no idea what he was doing, literally none, but I followed along beside him, cringing anxiously behind his shoulder at the flashbulbs until he pulled me to his side. Good morning, he said cheerfully to the buzzing crowd. They shot each other astonished looks before bombarding him with questions and cameras. But after only a moment, he held up his hand for silence. I know you're probably all looking for a statement after what happened on Good Morning America. Well, All there is to say is this." You could have heard a pin drop in the suddenly breathless crowd. "My lovely fiancé, Rebecca, and I are expecting our first child." He met my gaze with a radiant, euphoric smile. "And I couldn't be any happier." Chapter 18. My lovely fiancé, Rebecca, and I are expecting our first child, and I couldn't be happier. The words were still ringing in my ears as we got onto Marcus's plane. They were still ringing in my ears when we touched down in Napa for a surprise, a getaway from all the wedding/media chaos weekend. They were still ringing 7 hours later, as we strolled hand in hand through the vineyards under the stars. Bright silver moonlight painted the open countryside in magical hues. A soft, celestial glow clung to my future husband's dark hair and sparkled in his eyes as I turned to him shyly. We hadn't said much since we'd gotten on the plane. We'd mostly just held on to each other as we made our way into the luxury resort in thoughtful silence. It wasn't until Marcus asked me on this midnight walk that I realized it was one of our first real sentences to each other since the impromptu press conference this morning. Don't get me wrong, the silence wasn't a bad thing. I think that with the enormity of everything that was about to happen, we both just had a lot on our minds. "Why didn't you ever tell me all that about your parents?" I asked quietly. His shoulders stiffened, and I braced for a rebuke, but he merely hung his head and sighed. "I didn't have the easiest childhood. My father raised me how his father saw fit to raise him, and, well, let's just say it's nothing I'll be passing on to our child." "What?" "I love the guy, but he'd beat my ass." "I'm so sorry." "My dad hit quitting me when I grew up. He taught me everything I needed to know about how to run a business, and we became friends as adults, bonding over board meetings and running companies. But I was still torn up about my childhood. For some reason, I couldn't get over it. But after he died, I forgave him," he said. "And forgiveness is so freeing. I know I want to give my child a different kind of life. No nannies, no boarding school, no beatings. Just all my unconditional love." "That's so sweet to hear." "We're going to give our child a good life, and he or she is going to have loving parents who care about him or her." "Yes, we are." "I was drinking heavily last year to try to forget the pain of my past. My dad was so mean to my mother. Beat her, too. I think it's why I never settled down or had a girlfriend. I was scared to death that because I was drinking like my dad, that I would become him. I didn't want to hurt or beat the women in my life." "That's not you at all," I said. "I like to think I took after my mother," he said. "I miss my mother. I loved her dearly. I think losing her put me into a tailspin. I was in a haze. I was a brilliant businessman, sharp during the day. But when night came, I drank to dull the pain. I started taking more holidays and vacations, drinking to escape. But when I was about to lose my biggest client, it made me reevaluate my life." "You cleaned up, forgave your dad, and came back to the States." "Yes, and soon after, I met you." I smiled. "You were the best thing to ever happen to me. You made me a better man." "And I'm a better woman because of you." I sat down on a bench overlooking the rolling hills, and he took a seat beside me, throwing his jacket automatically around my thin shoulders. I didn't want to press. I knew Marcus by now, knew how to read the hard set to his jaw and the tightening around his lovely eyes. I knew this was hard for him to talk about, except there was so much I still didn't know about Marcus. I knew him, yes, but his history, his family, his past, they were all still mysteries. I decided to start instead. My father left us when I was still a kid, I volunteered softly. Marcus turned to me. I saw him in my periphery, but I kept my eyes on the hills. My mother raised Max and me alone, and while she did the best she could, there was always an edge to it, you know? She'd never really let her guard down with anyone besides us. It was like she couldn't trust anymore. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, it's something she passed on to us kids. And while I can't speak for Max, I know it's something I've had to work really hard to get over. I gave him a playful nudge. You might have noticed. He laughed softly, but gave me a long, intense look before gazing back over the hills himself. Sometimes I almost wish my mother had raised me instead of leaving it to everyone else. I was generally left with a nanny until I was old enough to go to boarding school. But by that time, my mother was already getting sick. Even when I was back for holidays, I didn't get to see her much. My dad forced her to do whatever he wanted. She didn't want to leave me, not at all, but she didn't have the courage to leave him. His handsome face clouded over. I squeezed his hand comfortingly, and he took a deep breath before continuing. He was a harsh man, very strict, very physical. A wry smile touched the corner of his lips. He rolled up the bottom of his collared shirt, twisting slightly so I could see the side of his abdomen. Even in the moonlight, it was impossible to miss the scar. I had noticed it before, of course. In fact, I'd grown quite intimate with Marcus's body as of late, but I never thought anything of it. Maybe a rough match on the polo field, or a yachting accident, or a fencing wound. In my mind, the catalog of things that could actually injure the filthy rich was a small list, but looking at it now, running in a delicate line across his ribs, it almost looked like... A belt buckle? I asked in quiet horror. The caustic smile stayed fixed in place. Like I said. He rolled his shirt back down and looked at the hills with a soft sigh. He was strict. I couldn't think of what to say to this. I didn't know it was possible to feel so enraged over something that had happened so long in the past. That it was possible to feel so much hatred toward a dead man I'd never met. I know Marcus had forgiven him, and that I should too, but right now, the wounds were too fresh. The emotions warred out in my mind, fighting for supremacy, before I finally turned to Marcus and slipped my arm around his waist. He looked up at me in surprise, and my face softened with a tender smile. You are nothing like your father, I said. His voice dropped to a whisper. You can't know that. What if I snap? What if I start to? I know you, I said firmly, staring him right in the eyes. You're a good man, Marcus. Selfless, kind, exactly the kind of man I want to marry. Exactly the kind of man I want raising my child. His mouth opened, but for one of the first times he could think of nothing to say. Instead, he finally just put his arm back around me and leaned us back against the bench. We stared up at the stars until the sky began to lighten in a soft morning rose. I don't know what I did to deserve you, he said quietly. I smiled into his chest and nestled even closer against his side. Together, we watched the brilliant sunrise. Chapter 19. A jeweled belt cinched my waist. It was too big. The belt disappeared and a new, smaller belt replaced it. Tatiana, the long-suffering woman handcrafting my dress, shook her head in amazement.
For sake of Pete, woman, I thought you were supposed to be pregnant.
For the 10th time that day, I shook my head with a smile and thanked my lucky stars that I had selected a designer straight from the heart of Moscow. While wedding dress fittings weren't really my thing, her thick accent and complete bewilderment when it came to common colloquialisms was making for an incredibly entertaining morning. For sake of Pete, I told you, I teased her back. In America, we don't show until 9 months. Niet. She poked me on purpose with a pin.
Very funny. I suppose, like everyone else in your country, you speak just the one language. And for record, Niet doesn't mean 9 in Russian.
It sounds like it should.
I know.
She patted down the fabric distractedly.
I know.
How's everything going in here? Amanda bounced into the room with a delighted smile on her face. Instead of remaining by my side, a loyal, disinterested friend, she'd completely turned and hopped on my mom's bandwagon. Suddenly, this wedding was the most exciting thing in the world to her.
It goes,
Tatiana murmured, keeping her dilated eyes fixed on a misbehaving hemline.
It might go a lot faster if I was allowed to sew your friend's mouth shut. Just until big day, of course.
Amanda nodded seriously. A lot of people have that idea. Bex tends to evade them. What have you been up to? I asked, deflecting the potentially dangerous conversation. Just got fitted next door for my dress for the rehearsal party. She held up a picture on her phone with a bubbling smile. Look. In the sudden rush to get to the altar, we decided to save time by combining our engagement party with my bridal shower with our rehearsal dinner. Of course, Billings wanted to keep all 3 parties separate to capitalize on as much public revelry as possible, but on this point, both Marcus and I had put our foot down. We understood that to a certain extent, this wedding was going to be a social event. The size of the guest list reflected that, but we weren't going to put on a spectacle just for the sake of it. The wedding was in 4 days. There would be just 1 party in between, and while the party was piggybacking onto what would traditionally be the rehearsal dinner, we'd also been able to ensure that the rehearsal itself would be just friends and family, the wedding party. The huge soiree would commence afterward. And on that note, I still had some preparations to take care of myself. Actually, I stepped off the fitting platform with a small frown. Can I talk to you for a minute? Amanda's face fell as she followed me out to the champagne room, and she clutched her phone tightly against her chest. When I turned around to speak, she was ready for me. Okay, you hate it. Bex, I know it's white, but it's just the rehearsal dinner. I'm allowed to wear white just to the rehearsal dinner. It took me a minute to understand she thought this was about the dress she'd just shown me. Oh, Mandy, no. And I wasn't planning on white to begin with, but did you see the thing? She stuck the picture in my face again. How the hell is Barry going to be able to resist me in that ridiculous neckline? More like a navel line when you think about it. I fought back a smile. Mandy, take a breath. What? Her face flushed in distress. Do you never want me to have sex again? Is that what this is about? Forget the dress. I'll just wear the fluffy purple one. Will you be my maid of honor? I asked. She stopped mid-sentence and slowly lowered down off her toes. For a second, her eyes went wide and she just stared at me. I bit my lip, nervous that she was angry with me for putting it off so long. It certainly hadn't been my intention. Like I said, weddings were not my thing. And between trying to get the wedding of the century planned with 4 separate coordinators, Billings, and my mother, A few obvious things had somehow slipped through the cracks. I just assumed that Amanda would be standing up there with me, but when I woke up this morning, I realized I'd never officially asked her. When a full minute passed and she still hadn't said anything, I tried again. "Are you okay? Look, don't be mad, all right? I thought it was so obvious that I didn't even think to make it official. But this morning, after I chased away that Ukrainian lady trying to measure Marcus's inseam, I realized that—" Yeep! I blinked. It wasn't a human sound. To be honest, I didn't understand how it physically came from my friend. Maybe I should get you some more champagne. I turned to find a waiter, or at least a witness, but her hands shot out and stopped me. "You're asking me to be your maid of honor?" She overstressed the words in a really gooey way, and I rolled my eyes. "Amanda, of course you'd be my maid of honor. Who else would it possibly be?" "Ah!" She jumped up and down, clapping her hands. "Wait, no, ask me again." I shook my head with a smile. "Will you be my—" "Wait, hold my purse." She thrust it into my hands and straightened out her hair like she was getting ready for an Olympic dive or something. "Okay, I'm ready." "Are you serious?" "You're right." She looked panicked. "You shouldn't be holding anything either." Before I could stop her, she snatched back her purse and my phone as well and threw them both carelessly on the floor. The women passing out little flutes of bubbly cast each other knowing looks, and I got the feeling this sort of thing happened more often than the rest of the world knew. "Okay," she said again with an anticipatory smile. "Go." I held back my laughter and took both her hands in my own. "Amanda Maureen Gates, will you be my—"
"No, this isn't fair."
Barry swept suddenly into the room, stopping the impromptu ceremony in its tracks.
"You can kick me out of my bed, build a house for just the two of you in the middle of the city, and constantly both swear your undying love, but you are not proposing to my girlfriend just because you're swept away by a wedding dress. There needs to be some boundaries, people."
Amanda and I shared a quick look and started giggling. Uncontrollably giggling, much to the disdain of the overly dignified helpers toting the cocktails. When we finally quieted down, I finished my sentence. "Maid of honor?" Barry collapsed into a chair with a hand over his heart.
"Oh, thank goodness."
We laughed again as Amanda threw her arms around my neck. "Of course I'll be your maid of honor. To be honest, I kind of thought I already was." "I did too," I exclaimed. "We just never made it official." My eyes flickered over to the wilted professor. "Barry, you doing okay over there?"
"Marcus warned me," he murmured. "Warned me that one of you didn't come without the other. Kind of a package deal. But when I heard what you were saying the other night about the three of us banding together to help raise the baby, I feared the worst."
I laughed again, but Amanda shot him a chiding frown. "Eavesdropping, Barry?" "You know what they say about eavesdroppers, don't you?" I added. She folded her arms. "They go to hell."
"No one says that,"
a thick Russian voice interrupted us.
"Not in any country. Now, Rebecca, unless you want to wear a slip with belt up the aisle, I suggest you get your skinny ass back in my fitting room at once."
I looked down in surprise to see that I was still wearing a thin negligee along with an overly embossed Swarovski crystal belt. My eyes flickered up self-consciously to Barry, but he just shook his head with a good-natured smile.
"Yesterday, Amanda took me with her shopping for Spanx. Nothing shocks me anymore."
I stifled a giggle and followed my handler back to the fitting room, Amanda trailing happily behind. A dozen more women had assembled, each carrying an armful of fabric. As I took my place on the stand, each one began presenting their selection to Tatiana, who responded with either a curt nod or a sharp shake of the head. The women who received shakes were never seen again. "So, Who am I walking up the aisle with? Amanda asked curiously, sipping on what had to be her third glass of champagne. Take it easy on those, I instructed sternly. You two are helping me paint the nursery later today. I need you sharp. Please, she scoffed. You should be apologizing. You forced me to drink for the both of us. I chuckled and lifted my arms, as two more women I didn't know attacked with a measuring tape. You're walking up with Max. He's the best man. Ah, that's sweet. She threw a grin over her shoulder at Barry. Sorry, honey. I guess if you want to walk down the aisle with me, you're gonna have to do it officially. No freebies. Barry smiled to himself. I'll keep that in mind. Besides, he said a bit louder, I'm already walking down the aisle. I'm escorting Becca's terrifying mother. We started laughing again until we were suddenly interrupted by a shriek of Russian coming from the next room. Tatiana disappeared, and the next moment her voice joined the fray. I'm scared to tell her if I don't like something, I muttered. You just tell her, Barry said. She works for you. Are you kidding? Amanda whispered back. Like anyone would be brave enough to take her on? There was a crash, and she jumped. I'm thinking hand-to-hand combat. But it turned out someone was brave enough. A moment later, Marcus stuck his head through the curtains, his eyes squeezed shut. Rebecca, can I talk to you for a minute? I automatically covered what little I was wearing of the gown, and I heard Tatiana slap the back of his head as a warning. I'm not looking, he insisted. Please, Bex, just for a second. I cast Amanda a worried look before wrapping myself in my coat and tripping down to meet him by the curtain. Okay, you can open your eyes, I said in a private undertone. Now what's going on? Is everything okay? He nodded quickly, a little too quickly, and pulled me out to the same champagne room I'd just been in with Amanda a moment before. I just wanted to say, I'm going to miss the nursery setup today. My heart sank, but I kept a straight face. Okay? Why? Takahari called. After my announcement to the press the other morning, he called an emergency meeting. Anyone else might have believed his casual demeanor, but I knew better. I reached for his hand in horror and squeezed it tightly in my own. Honey, shit, I'm so sorry. He flashed me a tight but genuine smile. I don't care either way. I have my family. His eyes softened for a moment as he kissed first me, then my stomach. That's all that matters. I melted a little, but shook my head. But if the merger... If it tanks, it tanks. Either way, we'll know by this evening. He checked his buzzing phone with a frown. That's Billings. I gotta go. But have fun today. Sorry, I'm gonna miss it. I held onto his hands as he tried to leave. Marcus, Hey. He swooped in for another kiss. I have what matters. Before he could say another word, he flashed me a wink and vanished outside, leaving me to stew in the endless repercussions of what might happen today. Chapter 20. As tense as the day might have been, it was jam-packed so full it didn't leave much time for stewing. After finishing up with the dress fitting, Amanda and I met with the hairstylists, picked up our dresses for the party, finalized the seating arrangement, and settled on a cake. All that was before we stopped into a Home Depot to browse through paint colors for the nursery. In the end, we settled on a mild, sunshiny yellow. Good for a girl or a boy. I can't believe you want to be surprised, Amanda said yet again. We had set up in a huge room next to my old guest room, and were spreading out the painting supplies. A flimsy-looking ladder was propped against a window, and she and I was slowly rolling out a drop cloth. If it was me, I'd want to know immediately. You couldn't tell me fast enough. Well, I didn't say I wanted to be surprised, I said with a sly grin. Marcus's grandmother wants to be, and so do my parents. She cocked a brow. Wait, do you know what you're having? Barry strode into the room with an armful of rollers and brushes. He dropped them in the middle of the cloth with a huge sigh.
I can't believe with all of your resources, you don't want to hire a decorator for the nursery?
I popped a lid off one of the paint cans and swirled my brush inside. Nope, I said firmly. This is my first act of motherhood. Other than the conception, that is. I'm decorating this room, and no one's going to stop me. Amanda and Barry cocked their heads and looked at me speculatively.
And it's a perfect excuse to escape this endless wedding mania,
Barry said. They burst out laughing. There it is, Amanda chuckled. Barry set down his toolbox.
So, are you going to continue to act, or just be one of those rich housewives, like on television?
I'm not giving up my career, I said. We've talked about it. Marcus wants me to keep pursuing my dreams once the baby is born. I didn't decide to act so I could be rich and famous, or become a household name. I did it because I was good at it, and I enjoy the theater arts. I wanted to do something that made me happy, and acting is something I really love and enjoy. I'm thinking about specializing in theater.
You'd be perfect.
Thank you, Barry. Bex is very gifted. She was born with the creative gift to entertain. I know she'll be a huge success, Amanda said. Right back at you, girl. She smiled. We spent the next 5 or 6 hours happily transforming Marcus's sterile guest room into a bright and undeniably adorable nursery. I'd picked out a woodland creatures sort of theme, and the 3 of us decorated and accessorized to our heart's content. Barry was in the middle of the floor trying to piece together a crib when there was a commotion from downstairs. We paused long enough to hear a booming laugh, and the next second, Max pushed open the door. You're here! I ran over and jumped into a huge hug, forgetting the fact that I was covered in smudges of canary yellow. He glanced down at his clothes sadly and shook his head.
You know, I don't care if you do get married and become a mom all in 1 year. You're always going to be an insufferable little dork to me.
I laughed and led him by the hand into the middle of the room. Max, you remember Barry?
Of course.
He smiled and shook his hand.
So, woodland creatures, huh?
He nodded to Amanda.
I got your text.
Without another word, he stripped off his shoes and jacket and approached the far wall like a matador walking out into the arena.
Stand back,
he murmured, surveying his target. Then he held out his hand.
I'm going to need paint, 6 brushes of varying size, and whiskey.
Oh my gosh, Max. It's beautiful. In what seemed like an impossibly short amount of time, Max had covered an entire wall of the bedroom in a breathtaking forest mural. Waterfalls, magical creatures, swirling, vibrant colors. It was a wonderland. Max was an amazing painter. It was so special that my baby's Uncle Max had designed this amazing room. That's right where the crib's going to go, I whispered, my eyes welling up with tears. Max caught me in a one-armed hug.
Don't go getting all weepy and hormonal on me. It was the least I could do for my little niece, or nephew.
He gave me a twinkling, inquisitive look.
You know already, don't you?
I paused. Oh my gosh, you do know, Amanda declared. I knew it! Spill! Absolutely not, I shook my head with a grin. As much as I love this raised by a village idea, there are certain things that the father has to know first.
I'm your brother, tell me.
When I zipped shut my lips, he poked me in the ribs.
Fine, just tell me this. Is it a girl?
Are you serious?
It's my only question.
I giggled, tossing down my paintbrush. You guys are ridiculous. You'll know soon enough. Now let's get downstairs and get the barbecue going. I'm starving.
Fine, Max pouted. But only since you're eating for both you and my nephew.
Soon enough, I reminded, shoving him out into the hall. They started clambering down the stairs, but before I turned off the light and shut the door, I cast one more look inside. It was quiet now, peaceful, yet exciting, like it knew what was on its way. I placed a hand on my stomach and flicked off the light with a smile. Soon enough. The barbecue was already in full swing when I got down there a minute later. Mom and Grandma were cutting up onions, Barry was flipping burgers and hot dogs over the grill, and Amanda and Max were dangling their legs in the pool, splitting a bottle of wine. I rolled my eyes. You know those supportive friends who refuse to drink anything if you can't drink it yourself? Yeah, I didn't have those. I checked my phone for the 100th time that day, but still no word from Marcus. I didn't know whether that was a bad thing or not.
Becca, got a hot dog here with your name on it.
I tried to put it firmly from my mind and joined the rest of the party. Marcus was right. After all these months of worrying and planning, one way or another, we would know tonight. The barbecue carried on late into the night. We ate, swam, selectively drank, and even got the fire pit started after Amanda brought out ingredients for s'mores. It was the perfect way to relax in a normal environment after the craziness that was happening beyond the gates. There was no exaggerating it. The entire world was obsessed with our impending nuptials. We'd received gifts and well wishes from dignitaries and foreign leaders. We'd even had the request for just one news helicopter, a request that Marcus had shot down with vehemence. It was the fiasco I'd always feared it would be. But sitting here, with the people I loved the most, it was easy to forget all those things and focus on what really mattered.
I can't believe you're getting married in 4 days, Max declared, throwing back his head and gazing up at the stars. We were settled in a loose circle, with 3 out of the 4 of us either cheerfully drunk or quickly getting there.
I know, I murmured, following his gaze. It's coming up so fast.
I wonder if it's a bad sign for me, he said pensively. I'm the oldest. I should be the one doing this first, right?
We always knew you'd be slow to get married, Amanda hiccuped. Ever since you blew it with me in the 6th grade, I cursed you with bad luck.
You did?
Barry asked at the same time that Max sat up and asked.
You did?
Oh, yes, she said importantly, taking another swig of beer. It was right after you said you wouldn't watch The Secret Garden with me again. I knew it was over. The 4 of us collapsed into loud, fitful laughter, oblivious to the outside world. It wasn't until the gate to the pool pushed open that I realized we weren't alone. Marcus was standing there, his eyes wide and his face unreadable. I leapt to my feet immediately, running to take his hand. What is it? I was almost afraid to ask. What did Takahari say? The rest of them froze as every eye turned to Marcus. He gazed around the circle in a stunned daze before his eyes finally fell on me.
He signed the papers.
Chapter 21. The big day had arrived. Not the big day, not the wedding itself. But as far as the media were concerned, it might as well have been. You see, the press had been banned from the wedding. Both the rehearsal dinner and the ceremony the next day were limited to friends and family. But that meant that the reception and the big party the day before were still up for grabs. And people were grabbing for it. Rebecca, would you rather the ambassador from India or the Republic of East Timor were seated at the Section B head table? There's only one slot left.
Rebecca, did you have a chance to sample the edibles from the thank you baskets? We still need to decide between Belgian truffles and cinnamon starlets.
Rebecca, I know you said you were fine just playing a tape of the Vitamin String Orchestra from the main soundstage, but the thing is, they're asking to come and play it live, and I don't think it would be the best decorum to—
All right, people, listen up!
Amanda shouted. She had come to take her maid of honor duties very seriously, and after the last 3 days of her tyrannical dictatorship, the rest of the wedding planners were on edge.
We're going to go with India, because, until a moment ago, I was unaware that Timor was a real place. Truffles, because Max is allergic to cinnamon, and of course the orchestra can play live. You'll just need to clear it with Niles in security, and Pam, who's handling the loading docks.
When no one moved, she clapped her hands loudly.
Let's go, people! Move!
Okay. Remember what they did to Marie Antoinette when she decided to throw one too many parties? I asked gently, trying to temper her spirits.
I'd like to see them try.
She folded her arms across her chest and looked out over the grounds.
Niles would have them down in 2 seconds flat. Then that wretched bird of yours would eat the remains.
I shuddered automatically, and she turned to me with interest.
How is that going, by the way?
Before I could answer, we were interrupted by a very angry Russian.
Well, if it isn't Rebecca right.
Tatiana stomped her way through a flower bed in spiked stilettos, sending the obsessive-compulsive gardener into hysterics behind her.
The bane of my existence. Do you know you're late for your final fitting?
I glanced down at my watch as Amanda stared innocently off in the other direction. By, 4 minutes. I was on my way there now.
4 minutes, when I could have been sewing Australian sapphires into the hem of your gown. Tell me, Rebecca, do you enjoy seeing me suffer? Are you trying to be a thorn in my neck?
A thorn in your side?
Periorget, tipier.
I took that to mean I should probably get inside to my fitting. Leaving Amanda to amuse herself directing the troops, I followed my Russian keeper across the sweeping grounds to the miniature sewing studio she'd set up in Marcus's sitting room. When I'd suggested that we get married here at the villa instead of flying out for some destination-themed extravagance, I truly thought that it would be simplifying things. I could not have been more wrong. There were at least 200 new people scurrying about the house. There were cleaners, painters, decorators, florists, cooks, bakers, musicians, everyone you could imagine. A girl from the ice sculpting crew actually handed me a stack of drawings to take to the main designer before realizing who I was and apologizing profusely. It was like a game of Chinese checkers. Multiple people on multiple teams were bumping into each other, all scrambling to get to the other side. But perhaps the fiercest of these teams was Tatiana's, and the crowds parted without a word as we cut through the middle and made a beeline for the studio. After doing what I swear was a coded knock, the heavy door swung open and we were shown inside. The lights had been doubled and brightened, and a mini platform had been constructed in the middle of the room, so that by the time I stepped into the center, I felt like some sort of test tube experiment under microscopic surveillance. No. Tatiana seemed more relaxed now that she'd gotten me into my dress.
How is the bride relaxing before her big day?
I would have laughed if there weren't a dozen pins pointed at my ribcage. You're kidding, right? This house is a circus. I can't even hear myself think.
Yes, that's very good,
she muttered, tuning me out as she examined a seam.
It's important to take a step back and breathe. It is your day, after all.
I tried to follow her advice, but she immediately slapped my hand.
Don't breathe now, Rebecca. We're at critical stage.
Right. I sighed, but did my best to hold still. As much as she and I butted heads, this was actually my favorite part of the wedding prep so far. At least it was quiet, and I was under strict orders not to move. Considering the mayhem outside, it was a welcome relief.
"So, what about your other dress?" she asked offhandedly. "I hope you followed my advice and went with the amethyst. It will look brilliant with your eyes."
What? It will look brilliant with my not amethyst eyes? I asked sarcastically. She poked me sharply with a pin and I straightened up. But yes, I'm going with the purple.
"Not amethyst eyes," she muttered. "Does that mean no color contacts? I thought Hammer and her people finally had you convinced."
I threw up my hands. No color contacts. At no point was I even remotely convinced. It is my wedding, after all. I'd like to look a little like, I don't know, myself.
That's a shame.
She glanced up in my face and quickly corrected herself.
"Not about looking like yourself, about the contacts. It would have brought out my own jewels." She patted the gown fondly.
"Not that I'd know," I said petulantly, but she nudged me, and I grinned. In our first meeting, Tatiana had shown me a dozen samples of her work, each of which dazzled me beyond belief, all of which I wanted to wear to my own wedding. So, when she slyly requested that I give her free rein and let her surprise me on the big day, I thought, sure, what's the harm? Turns out, not knowing what you're going to look like on the day of your wedding causes a little more undue stress to the nerves than is prudent. "Come on," I asked, already knowing the answer. "Just a little peek."
"Rules are rules,"
she answered firmly, but she gave me a little wink.
"That being said, I think you're going to be very pleased with the end result. It's some of my best ever work."
My heart leapt with butterflies, and I smiled in spite of the pressure. Although I could say with more certainty than ever that I was definitely not a wedding kind of girl, it was starting to actually dawn on me that in less than 24 hours, I was going to be marrying Marcus. And that called for a little smile. There was a distant crash, followed by a chorus of screams, and the smile slid off my face. This was getting ridiculous. They'd start to unionize before long. Already some of them were trying to press their luck and sneak into the forbidden second story to decorate and clean. It was up to me to stop them. Well, me and Amanda and Niles, the villa's terrifying head of security. But still, the little devils were sneakier than you'd believe. Look away for 2 seconds and bam! There were peonies nailed to your door. And where was Marcus during this entire catastrophe, you might ask? Well, Marcus had been given carte blanche to leave the mansion whenever he so desired, to tie up any and all loose ends with Takahari. Because, apparently, all a man had to do to get married was throw on a tux and walk outside.
"You've got that gender inequality look on your face again," Tatiana noted unsympathetically, speaking through the pin stuck between her teeth. "Try to look happier, like bride."
"It's just ridiculous," I muttered. "I'm growing a baby inside me. I'm busy too. Why am I the only one who's getting hounded about place settings and table linens?" She looked up at me seriously.
"Let me tell you, I couldn't care less. My job is the dress. The glorious, magnificent dress."
Her eyes glowed warmly for a second before flickering up my way.
"Which you can take off now, by the way."
"I'm finished?" I asked doubtfully.
"You're done."
She helped me slide the fabric up and over my head.
"Just don't gain or lose 20 pounds between today and tomorrow, and we should be fine."
I chuckled breathlessly and slipped back into my normal clothes. "I'll try." I headed outside, but paused at the door. "Hey, Tatiana. Thanks. No matter how it looks, I'm sure I'm going to love it." Her eyes softened, and she gave me a true smile. "You're more than welcome, Rebecca. And no matter what color your eyes are, or how many people are stressing you out in this house, you're going to be a beautiful bride at a beautiful wedding. With a perfect dress," she added. I chuckled and wandered into the foyer, only to run into Amanda at the base of the stairs.
"Hey, I've been looking everywhere for you. I couldn't get into the sewing room. I honestly think that they have a secret knock."
"It's a definite possibility."
"Well, the rehearsal is starting in about an hour, so everybody's going to clear out except the wedding party themselves. The second we're finished, we'll head right inside to change for the big party. Guests get here at 6, press gets here at 7.
So we've got to get going.
Now!"
Chapter 22. For the rehearsal itself, I wore a t-shirt and jeans. My mother was appalled, but there were just friends and family present. Even Billings had been relegated to the house, where I could see him glowering through a window. To make me laugh, Marcus had worn swim trunks. My mother made him change promptly. I thought it was hilarious. We went through the motions, timing our steps to the music and figuring out exactly when we were to turn and hold hands. For the most part, it felt like we were just playing pretend. This couldn't actually be happening, could it? We couldn't actually be getting married tomorrow, starting a marriage, having a baby. Then, before I knew it, it was over, and we were whisked inside by the staff to change into our gowns before the big shower engagement press party. I stood behind the curtains at a second-story window, peering down as hundreds upon hundreds of guests flooded down the lawns. As strange as it may sound, I felt almost as if I was just one of them. It was still too surreal to imagine that they were coming to my house, and this big party they were attending was for me. The sound of the band drifted up through the open window, and Amanda jumped a little as the strings on her corset were suddenly pulled tight. That's right, you heard correctly. She had been talked into wearing a corset.
"I can't believe women used to wear these every day,"
Amanda panted, loosening it up the second I wasn't looking.
"It's no wonder they were all known to faint."
"Yeah, well," I tightened it all over again. "Beauty is pain." Amanda helped me into my gown. I couldn't wait to see it. When I was finished, she took a step back and spun me around toward the mirror.
"And you do look beautiful, Bex."
I had to admit, it caught me off guard. I had tried on the dress beforehand, of course, but that was just to make sure it fit. I hadn't really had time to examine it on me. It was a waterfall of sleek, flawless satin, stained a deep amethyst with little trails of lace sneaking up the slitted sides. One of those kinds of dresses that could almost pass as lingerie before you did a double take and saw it was actually just couture. The sleeves fell loosely off my shoulders, and the back laced up my bare skin like a corset in thick black ribbons.
"Marcus is going to love it,"
she beamed, straightening the little train.
"He'll probably just make you wear this tomorrow, if he doesn't rip it off you tonight."
"Would you stop?" I laughed, smacking her. "None of that talk in front of the baby, and you know perfectly well that Marcus and I won't be seeing each other tonight. He's sleeping in the guest house, since it's the night before the wedding."
"That I don't get."
She adjusted the bodice on her own dress, tilting this way and that to examine the finished effect.
"I mean,"
she cocked her head toward my stomach,
"the cat's kind of out of the bag."
"I don't know what you're talking about." I raised my head stiffly.
"Huh! Yeah, sure. Where was that on Good Morning America?"
There was a knock on the door, and Marcus stuck his head inside. "Hey, girls. The rest of the party's starting to get underway, and Wow. His eyes widened as they took in every inch of my dress. "Bex, you look... wow."
"Told you."
Amanda winked and swept out the door.
"I'll meet you down there."
The second we were alone, I twirled the fabric playfully.
"You look handsome."
"Thank you. You're ravishing." "It's not too much?" "Too much?" he repeated incredulously. "Are you kidding? It's perfect. You look..." He crossed the room and planted a huge kiss right on my lips. "You look perfect. Heavenly, like an angel." I danced a step away, still swishing the fabric. "No, I mean, it's not too much for you. I don't want you to get..." I snaked it slowly up my thigh. "Distracted. What with our guests?" His eyes grew both mischievous and heated all at once. The next second, he had me down on the bed. "Fuck the guests. The guests can wait." "I hope I didn't just hear that right." The door burst open a moment later, and Billings strode purposely inside, completely immune to the fact that he'd walked in on Marcus about to take my clothes off. "You two are needed downstairs," he said with a lethal calm. "Now." I sat up with a pout. "Billings, you know you can be a real..." "You don't want me to call in the girls to do your makeup all over again, do you?" He cut me off strategically. My face paled, and I hurried from the room. Marcus trailed along behind, but shot Billings a glare as he passed by him into the hall. "You work for me, you know." Billings flashed him a smile. "Just keep telling yourself that, sir." The party was indeed in full swing, but the second we walked through the double doors, the entire estate erupted in applause. I jumped a little in surprise, then smiled and waved appreciatively along with Marcus until it quieted down. For a second, we all just kind of stood there. Then the band launched into its first upbeat song, and the night began. I think it's fair to say that no one danced harder than my mother, and no one drank more than Marcus's grandmother. Before the party was even 2 hours old, Augustina herself was pulling Marcus onto the floor for a drunken version of the foxtrot. I watched in tears of laughter before Max spotted me through the crowd and pulled me right onto the floor with them. We laughed and shrieked and spun round and round before the bell finally rang for dinner. Then came the more formal portion of the evening. The press, contained in the outer gardens during the dancing and celebrating, were finally allowed to mingle politely through the tables. I have to admit, they did so with relative grace, never stopping too long at any one person before moving on to the next. When they got to Marcus and me, no questions were permitted, but we snuggled up close and posed for what seemed like the better part of an hour. It had just gotten comically candid. Marcus was trying to stuff a chocolate-covered Cheeto into my mouth when I spotted someone familiar across the lawn. I couldn't be sure, but there was something about the slinking gait, the fake, sullen smile, and the hungry-looking eyes that made me think I'd seen this woman somewhere before. Then, all at once, it hit me. It was old Snake Eyes, the woman who had so generously introduced Marcus and me at that first party at his house. For all intents and purposes, my active nemesis. "What is she doing here?" I leaned over and whispered in Marcus's ear. He looked up in surprise and followed my gaze. "Oh, Gretchen? She's been a friend of mine for years. She used to be married to a good friend of mine." "Call her over here." My eyes sparkled wickedly as I took a sip of sparkling cider. A few seconds later, Billings caught her attention through the crowd and sent her sulking our way. The closer she got, the harder it was for me to hide my glee. Don't get me wrong, I was not a passive-aggressive person, but the woman who, just 3 months earlier, had tried to orchestrate my humiliating downfall in front of all these people, a little active hostility was due. "Gretchen," Marcus greeted her with a fixed smile before turning to me. "Do you remember my fiancée, Rebecca?" She turned her beady eyes toward me, and I met them with a triumphant grin. "Hello again," I preempted her, extending my hand. "Welcome to my home." She shook my hand. "It's nice to see you again." "I just wanted to call you over here and personally thank you." Her eyes flickered between Marcus and me nervously. Thank me?" "For the last time we met," I explained. "You were so very helpful in connecting Marcus and me at that party. I really don't know what I would have done without you, so yeah, thanks." "So you didn't know Marcus?" "Nope, but you introduced us, and we're so thankful. We're getting married and having a baby, and it's all thanks to you. I think if you hadn't introduced us that night, I would have never met Marcus. How can I ever thank you? We were thinking about naming our baby after you if it's a girl." Her face turned a sour shade of green, but she flashed me a pained smile. It might actually be more apt to say that she bared her teeth at me before melting away into the crowd. "Look at you," Marcus chuckled under his breath. "Taking no prisoners." "I think that was the perfect revenge," I murmured. With a snap of my fingers, I gestured to Billings, who disappeared for a moment before walking slowly back through the crowd. There was an audible gasp as people began to turn, and Marcus leaned forward anxiously in his chair to see what was happening. His mouth fell open as a gigantic peacock strutted into view. You didn't." "Her name is Dolly," I answered with a smile. "I owed you one. She'll be free to run the grounds." The peacock made a terrifying braying noise, and Billings closed his eyes in pained disapproval as it strained against its leash to get to the oysters. Marcus burst out laughing. "You never cease to amaze me." He turned to me with a bright smile. "Never." "Happy wedding present," I giggled. He brought my hand to his lips and kissed it. "I love her. She's the prettiest peahen ever." "Peahen?" "That's what a female peacock is called. You'll have to come out with me every morning to feed them." I flashed him a smile. "Of course." "I have a present for you, too, but you're going to have to wait until tonight." For as much time went into planning the party, it was over before I knew it. We needed to get a full night's sleep for the ceremony the next day, so by 10 o'clock, all the guests had been gracefully herded to the door. My mom and Amanda headed upstairs as they were staying with us to help me get ready in the morning, and Marcus kissed me goodnight and headed off to settle in for the night at his guest house. I watched the cars pull off into the night from the same window where I'd watched them drive in just hours before. Only this time, as I climbed under the covers of the massive bed with a smile, I felt like I truly belonged. Despite my obvious nerves for the following morning, my body was worn out from all the excitement, and I passed out the second my head hit the pillow. I slept like a rock, and it wasn't until I heard a soft knock on the door that I slowly opened my eyes. I sat up and looked around in confusion. It was still dark outside. Who would be knocking at a time like this? Mentally cursing Niles' security, I padded across the floor and tightened my bathrobe before pulling the door open a crack. My fiancé was grinning back at me. "Marcus?" I smiled automatically back, pulling open the door as he swept inside. "What are you doing here? If it's after midnight, that means it's bad luck to see me, you know." He chuckled softly and turned on a soft glowing lamp as he took a seat on the bed. "It could never be bad luck to see you, and I had to come." Those ocean eyes fixed on me with a tender smile.
I still have your present, remember?
Chapter 23. I didn't know what to expect as Marcus lingered on the bedspread, simply staring at me in the soft light. I really didn't know what to expect when he sighed with a smile and got slowly to his feet. Then he got down on one knee. My lips parted in surprise. What?
I didn't get to do this right before.
My breath caught in my chest as he took my hand with that same tender smile.
Rebecca White, you are the only person in my life who makes me feel like I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. You scare me, shock me, make me feel like my entire world's been flipped upside down.
Surely he was getting to the good part here.
But that's exactly why I love you.
He stared up at me as if I was the only thing in the room, the only thing in his world.
Because while you are reckless and bold, you are beautiful and sweet. Someone smarter than me, with the biggest heart I've ever seen. You challenge me every day to break down my walls and change my perspectives. You've expanded my horizons in ways I never thought were possible. You've made me fall in love.
His voice grew soft as he reached up to wipe a tear from my cheek.
So, my dear Rebecca, mother of my child, love of my life, will you marry me?
I couldn't speak. I couldn't even catch my breath. I just gave him a teary smile and nodded my head quickly up and down. Yes, I finally managed. Of course I will. He beamed back at me.
That's good. I think you might have started another Cold War if you'd said no.
I thought of Tatiana and the dressmakers and laughed. He kissed my hand, but instead of getting to his feet, he stayed on the ground, rummaging through his pocket. Marcus, what? Then he held up a ring. A tingling chill ran up my body at the same time that a warm flush rushed all the way down to my toes. It was the ring Augustina had given him, his family ring, passed down from generation to generation. I had completely forgotten he had it. He took off my bulky diamond and slipped it onto my finger instead. I literally gasped aloud. It was so beautiful. Don't get me wrong, I loved my other ring too, but from the second he'd put it on my finger, it hadn't felt like me. It was too big, too flashy. This ring was me. A tiny thread of sparkling diamonds laced around my finger in a delicate circlet, topped in the middle with what looked like a miniature star. I couldn't believe something so small could be so exquisite. It seemed to catch the light from every corner of the room and send it sparkling back to me tenfold. I held it to my chest and stared at him, utterly speechless. The next second, he scooped me into the air, cradling me against him before lowering me down onto the bed.
You have no idea what it does to me to see you wearing that ring. I've always wondered what woman would be wearing it. I've been waiting for her so long, and now I finally know who she is. It's you, and you're the love of my life.
That was beautiful, I said, a tear rolling down my face. He touched my face, and we shared a tender kiss. The kiss deepened, but before anything else could happen, I pulled away, holding his face gently between my hands. Marcus?
Yeah, honey. What is it?
My voice fell to a whisper. I never thought I'd fall in love. He chuckled softly.
Well, I'm glad you did.
I'm serious. My eyes swept the room, landing on my ring before resting back on his face. All of this. I pressed my hand to my stomach. I never knew I could be so happy. I stroked my hand through his dark hair. If I'd known, I would have gone out looking for it a long time ago. It was one of those mental images I knew I'd remember forever. How Marcus looked, leaning down over me in the soft light. The exact expression on his face, the soft, tender smile, the way his eyes glowed and sparkled in the light. It was one of those moments that came along just a few times in a person's life. Blink and you might miss it, but hold on tight, and you could carry it with you forever. The laws of weddings be damned. Marcus slept with me that night. He slipped out just as the sun was coming up over the hill. I felt his lips as he kissed me softly on the forehead before I slipped back off into the sweetest of dreams. I woke an hour or so later, feeling unusually steady. My alarm had yet to go off, and I flipped it to silent as I tried to figure out what had changed. "Oh my gosh," I said aloud. I didn't have morning sickness. The first morning yet. It had to be a sign. Between the new ring on my finger and the calm in my belly, I was feeling about as blissed out as possible as I kicked off the covers and closed my eyes. Golden sunlight leaked in from the cracks in my curtains, and I smiled as it warmed the tops of my cheeks. "You're getting married today, Bex. Take a breath. Enjoy it. Today is your big day." The shrill ring from a second, hidden alarm clock shook me out of my reverie, and I jumped up to find it as it blasted away. "What the hell?" I panted, throwing aside clothes and shoes as I searched for the damn thing. I finally found it, buried between a hat and a watch box. "What's going on?" "Good morning, you little bride, you." Amanda bounced into my room, followed closely by my mother, who I could see was already clutching a tissue to her watery eyes. "The clock is mine. I thought you might disregard the first, and I didn't want you to fall behind this morning. You know," she tapped her temple knowingly, "just part of my duties as your maid of honor. Yes, we've all heard the speech." I laughed and chucked the mini clock at her. "That thing's annoying as hell." "It's programmed to be." There was a loud sob, followed by a sudden pause in the conversation, as both Amanda and I turned as one to my mother. Sharon Wood may be a survivor. 2 kids, nasty divorce, breast cancer, and a Pomeranian who refused to potty train. But she was an emotional disaster when it came to weddings. Always had been. I could only imagine what today was going to do to her already quivering control. "Hey, Mom," I said carefully, coming in for a gentle hug. "You doing okay?" She allowed herself to be held for a moment before pulling away. "It's just, you have a little girl. Raise her up as best you can. Turn her loose in the world. And you adjust, you know. You take up gardening, tai chi, whatever you want. And you think you're doing fine. 'Cause deep down, you always think she'll be coming right back, and then—" She dissolved into another ear-splitting wail. I spotted Billings coming in over her shoulder, but he took one look and speed-walked the other direction. "And then they go off and get married." Amanda and I threw each other a quick look, then surrounded her in a monster hug, a hug intended both to comfort and subdue. "Mom, it's not like I'm never coming home." I tried to calm her. "The only difference is that now when you want to visit, you'll sleep in an ornate guest room instead of on the couch with Divas." Amanda nodded helpfully. "And when Becca comes to visit, she'll bring along a hot man who can carry out the trash and take Muggsy on walks and cook dinner and stuff." My mother sniffed and ruffled my hair like I was still 5 years old. "I'm so happy for you, baby," she whispered. "I couldn't be any happier." My eyes filled with tears as well. I wrapped my arms around her in a gigantic bear hug. After a minute, there was a tap on my shoulder, and I reluctantly released her.
Hate to spoil the moment, Amanda interjected hesitantly, but it's already 10 after.
My mother jumped to attention, and all at once, the sensitive, vulnerable Sharon was gone. The wedding dictator was back, and she wasn't taking any prisoners.
"Why didn't you say so?"
she demanded.
"Amanda, grab the dresses from my closet and make sure you remember the shoes. Bex, get into the shower and wash your hair."
She whipped out her phone. "I'm going to get the hair and makeup people in here, along with some coffee."
"Don't forget the mimosas,"
Amanda called as she ran down the hall. With an oversized grin, I skipped into the shower and lathered on my favorite plumeria scent, letting the suds and hot water soak into my skin before rinsing it all off. For the last 10 days, I'd been using a leave-in deep conditioner that my stylist had recommended, and I had to admit, as I ran my fingers through my dripping hair, it was softer and shinier than ever. I probably could have stayed in there for another hour, basking in the steam and calming my ever-rising nerves, but after just 5 minutes, I jumped back out and dried off, making it back into the room just as breakfast arrived on a silver tray. The head housekeeper, a meticulous lady named Mrs. Cognate, had brought it in herself.
"Congratulations, Miss White. You're a welcome addition,"
she said as she backed away. I looked up in surprise. I didn't think we had ever actually spoken before, other than the casual passing greeting. "Thank you very much," I said earnestly. "I'm very glad to be here." The rest of my morning could have been summed up in little moments like that. Little details and thoughtful touches that took my breath away. Lisa, my supervisor from work, had sent a bouquet of tulips along with a card signed by a dozen patients in the hospice home. Kelly, my darling barista, had driven up to the front gate and hand-delivered no less than 20 of my favorite mochas, which were quickly passed around to a grateful room. Even Teller Hamburg, my god-awful ex-landlord, took this opportunity to send back half of my security deposit, along with a note saying that if it didn't work out with Marcus, no one would be too surprised, but that was neither here nor there. All in all, I was overwhelmed beyond words with how everyone special in my life had pulled together and come through for me. Hair and makeup flew by, and before I knew it, there was a coded knock on the door. I looked up in excitement. Finally, after all these weeks, I was going to get to see my dress. The door cracked open, and Tatiana slipped inside. For the first time ever, she wasn't flanked by half a dozen Russian waifs. It was just her, carrying a long white garment bag. "I can't believe it's actually time," I said to no one in particular. An excited hush had fallen over the room, and when Tatiana pulled the dress from the bag, it was followed by a collective gasp. Oh my gosh! It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. The silk was white, yes, but it seemed to shimmer, like newly fallen snow. The beading was delicate and extraordinary, melting away like someone had simply dipped the fabric in a river of liquid silver. When I slipped it on, it clung to me like a second skin. It was strapless, like I'd requested, with a thin gauzy overlay that trailed down my back and touched the top of the floor. The train itself was a bit longer, but could be pinned up easily to provide just one more layer of floaty, silky material.
"Tatiana, it's beautiful."
I spun around in delight.
"I feel like I'm wearing a winter cloud."
The room burst out laughing, and even Tatiana ended up joining in.
"I'm going to take that as compliment," she answered. "In fact, it's one of the best I've ever got. The dress looks lovely on you, Rebecca. I am proud to have been a part of it."
My mother dissolved into a fresh fit of tears, but Amanda walked forward with a very serious, almost solemn look on her face.
"You are, no joke, the most beautiful person in the world right now.
She looked up at the ceiling so she wouldn't cry. "I'm so happy for you." I reached out to hug her, but Tatiana raised a stiff hand in between us.
"No one hugs the dress," she commanded. "Not until after ceremony."
We pulled away laughing, and I thanked her again as she hurried off to find her seat. We were in the final moments now, just a zipper here, an accessory there. It was easier than usual because I wasn't wearing any jewelry. The only piece I decided to bring was the bracelet Marcus gave me with the engraving. We belong together. That and the new ring Marcus had given me the night before. In what felt like just seconds later, someone announced that it's time. And we all hurried down the stairs and out the door. A long aisle of white chiffon had been stretched down into my favorite side yard, the one with the hanging trees right next to the garden. White peonies led the way to an arch under which Marcus and his groomsmen were to be waiting. Then the music started, and we were off. I took my time with the walk, trying to savor each moment. Wearing this dress, with the scent of flowers hovering in the air, I felt more like I was floating than walking, drifting along in some kind of fairy tale, ready for the next chapter to begin. Then I saw him. All the breath rushed from my body in one silent gasp, and I suddenly couldn't wait to be at the end of the aisle. I quickened my steps and beamed without restraint as I gazed into his radiant face. Those magical ocean eyes beamed back at me. The music suddenly stopped, and he took my hands, fingers caressing the ring before he looked up into my eyes. And suddenly, everything was so simple. It didn't matter how we met. It didn't matter the steps we took to get to this point. This was the man I loved. This was the man I was going to marry. The gazebo was all decked out in pretty roses. The wedding party was all lined up outside it, waiting for us. Several rows of white chairs were occupied by close friends and family, but I barely saw any of them. I was far too zeroed in on Marcus, who was standing up at the front next to his best friend. He looked amazing in his tux, with his bow tie and vest, his eyes shining with love as he looked at me and only me. I swallowed against the sudden lump in my throat, tears stinging my eyes.
"You've got this," Max murmured in my ear. "I promise."
He began to lead me down the aisle, and the wedding march played steadily from a set of speakers that had been set up by a DJ. I would never forget the millions of smiles as everyone looked at me. It was just amazing. I followed along, keeping my eyes on Marcus to steady myself. The way Marcus looked at me was simply magical. The smile on his face was priceless. It was one of the most vivid, happiest moments of my life. His entire face lit up in awe. My heart skipped a beat and tears welled in my eyes. I was blown away by how handsome he was, how beautiful he was. I truly felt like I'd stepped into a fairy tale. I could feel all eyes on me, could see all the smiles and teary eyes out of the corner of my eyes as I walked down the aisle, but I didn't trip once. Max kept me steady, being the rock for me that he had always been. By the time I reached the gazebo, we were both grinning. I looked at Marcus, the love of my life, and smiled.
"You look like an angel," he whispered as I joined him.
I blushed, looking him up and down. "So do you." He winked at me as we joined the minister in the gazebo, and the rest of the wedding party gathered in around us.
"You're so beautiful,"
he whispered, choking on his own words, with tears glistening in his eyes.
"You're my soulmate, and I can't wait to make you my wife."
I couldn't stop my own tears from flowing. My makeup didn't stand a chance. "You're my soulmate, too," I whispered.
"Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today," the minister began,
but the words just washed over me for the most part as I looked into Marcus's face again. I was just so happy to be there with him, so happy we were finally going to be a family and start our lives together.
"Jerry," the minister said, drawing our attention back to him, "have you a ring?" "I do." Jerry pulled a gold band from the inside pocket of his tuxedo jacket and handed it to Marcus. I didn't know Jerry at all, had just met him once, briefly.
"Excellent. Marcus, are you ready for your vows?" the minister asked.
Marcus nodded, then took my left hand in both of his before speaking. After reciting the standard vows, Marcus melted my heart with some words of his own. He stared deeply into my eyes and said,
"Bex, you know me better than anyone else in this world, yet you still manage to love me. You are my best friend, my one true love. I can't believe I'm the lucky guy who gets to marry you. I'll never forget the moment we first made eye contact in that coffee shop. You truly stole my heart that day, and I want you to keep it forever."
I held it together until his lips began to quiver. As he continued his vows, the emotion brewing in his eyes made mine pool up again. Even the most immovable people in the crowd were crying. We all were, and it was beautiful, the happiest moment of my life.
He wiped his eyes and continued, "I promise to be your lover, companion and friend, your partner in parenthood, your ally in conflict, your greatest fan, your comrade in adventure, your consolation in disappointment, and your accomplice in mischief. On this day, I give you my heart, my promise that I will walk with you hand in hand wherever our journey leads us, living, learning, and loving together forever. You are the love of my life, and you make me happier than I could ever imagine. You make me feel more loved than I ever thought possible. I promise to be loving, patient, and faithful. I will be the very best husband I can be to you, and the very best father I can be to our baby."
With that, Marcus slipped the ring on my finger. At that moment, I felt like I was going to explode with overwhelming emotion. I knew Marcus loved me more than anything or anyone in the world, and I loved him just the same. The guy had chosen to stick by me for the rest of his life, and that feeling was so powerful and humbling. I had never felt more blessed. I was so happy, and I felt so lucky to call him my husband. Fate seemed to be playing a very fair hand for us, and that day marked the real beginning of the rest of my life with my beloved spouse. Finally, all my dreams, hopes, and that elusive happily ever after seemed possible. There really wasn't a word for the emotion I felt at that moment. Nothing in the dictionary could encompass all the excitement, humility, happiness, speechlessness, joyfulness, and love I felt. I only knew I loved Marcus with all my heart, and I knew he felt the same about me. I blinked away the tears that insisted on welling up at Marcus's heartfelt declaration of devotion. It was such an intense, moving moment. When he reached up to wipe the tears from my cheeks, "Aww," rippled through the crowd, lessening some of my embarrassment for crying at the proverbial altar. Between Marcus's comforting touch and the encouraging smiles of my wedding party, I was able to recite the traditional vows, with some guidance from the minister. After that, I just couldn't resist speaking from my heart as well. "Baby," I started. "Over the past year, I've learned how tough life can be. We've been to hell and back. So many twists and turns and crazy roller coaster rides tested us. But when most guys would have run, you stuck loyally by my side. You never gave up on us." I couldn't make it through the words without my voice cracking. I learned that when life gets crazy around us, all we have to do is look at each other and remember that we are perfect together. I am not perfect alone, but you complete me. Today, I promise that I will never take that for granted. I will give you all my love for the rest of eternity. I want to wrap my arms around you and never let go. I promise to love and care for you, and I will try in every way to be worthy of your love and to be the best wife I can be. I will love you, hold you, and honor you, Marcus. I will respect you, encourage you, and cherish you in health and sickness, through sorrow and success, for all the days of my life. When I finished, I slipped the ring Amanda had given me onto Marcus's finger. Though I didn't think it was possible, my heart swelled even bigger with emotion as I finished saying the words. I felt so full, so complete after pledging myself to Marcus and hearing his pledge to me.
And now, with God and these fine people as my witnesses, I pronounce you husband and wife,
the minister proclaimed. With a smile, he added,
You may now kiss the bride.
Laughing, Marcus swept me into his arms and gave me a long, deep kiss that made my head spin. I clung to him, giddy with laughter and emotion, ignoring all the whoops and catcalls and cheers as I held on to him, and the crowd erupted as we pulled together, and Marcus's lips met mine again. My arms wound up around him without restraint as a feeling of the utmost relief washed over me. It was done. We were together now, forever. When we pulled away, he had tears in his eyes. At this point, we were supposed to turn and face the crowd, but he wouldn't let me go. In fact, he didn't let me go the entire walk down the aisle. He just picked me up and walked us both down himself. I can't believe we just did that, I whispered in his ear. I can't believe I'm a wife. A beaming smile lit up his whole face as he heard the word for the first time.
You better believe it, lady. I'm all yours now. You're all mine.
He twisted the ring around my finger and kissed me again. This time, the crowd leapt to their feet and 100 flashbulbs went off at once. I knew it was going to be front-page news. I knew the press was waiting just on the other side of the garden gate, along with about 500 other people who would require us to smile and wave and pose like it was their day too. I even knew that, logistically, at some point or another, I was going to have to let go of Marcus's hand. But none of that could touch me now. We were in our own little world, just the two of us. Soon to be, just the three of us. Marcus's head seemed to be in a similar place. Without warning, he set me on my feet and dropped to his knees, pressing his lips tenderly against my stomach. What do you think, baby? You glad Mommy and Daddy got married after all? I laughed softly and ruffled his hair, feeling almost dizzy with emotion as I gazed down at my new family. Marcus, I chided playfully, when you're talking to our child, you're going to have to be a bit more specific. He looked up with a question in his eyes. What do you mean? Well, I just think if you're going to be having a conversation, you should have a better idea of who you're talking to. He shook his head blankly as I pulled him to his feet. I stroked back his hair with a smile. Then, stretching up on my tiptoes, I pressed my lips softly against his ear and whispered, "It's a boy." Marcus couldn't stop smiling. Neither could I. We didn't start off on the right foot, but everything came together in the end. I had found the love of my life. He kissed me, soft and tender. I was so happy we found each other and could begin our lives together as husband and wife, starting this very second. Epilogue. 1 year later. Marcus and I embarked on our wonderful adventure of marriage and parenthood. We both loved it and enjoyed every bonding moment. We both got to know each other quite well. It was like we were perfect for each other, a perfect match. Marcus was an excellent father, and I was a wonderful mother. I didn't know I had it in me, but I did. Boy, was my mother right. I loved my baby more than anything. He and Marcus were my world. Speaking of world, the world said that I had tamed Marcus Taylor, but I think he just fell in love and wanted to settle down and be the best husband and father he could be. Did I tell you both Marcus and I cried when our baby came into the world? It was one of our most favorite memories ever. Dylan weighed 6 pounds and 2 ounces. That little man just took our breath away. It seemed as if the world was happy Marcus had settled down and found true happiness. He showed the world a new man who loved his son and wife more than anything. Marcus's image was greatly improved, and the negative perceptions in the media just kind of disappeared. They focused on his new life and not his old one, and I was grateful for that. I got a big break when a movie producer came to one of my shows at the theater. He said I'd be perfect for the role of Julie Showers, so I tried out. It was a spy flick. He said I nailed it. I wondered if Marcus had anything to do with it at first, but then later, I learned the producer was a neighbor of Barry's cousin. Amanda had tried out for the role and didn't get it. She admitted she wasn't right for the role and highly recommended me. Amanda told him, "You've got to see this girl in action. She's not like any other actress you've ever seen." The producer came to my show, loved what he saw, and gave me a shot. I couldn't be happier. Amanda got a job on a soap opera and played sexy vixen Laura Hartman. It was only supposed to be for 3 months, but everyone loved her, and she ended up getting the role full-time. She and Barry are still going strong, and they still have Divis, the 3-legged cat. I still go to visit him, and he's still ornery as ever, but he'll always have a special place in my heart. Amanda and I are still best friends. We love to take walks in the park. I think my new baby Dylan really loves the stroller ride. He enjoys being outside just like his mama. Dylan had smooth skin, blue eyes, and black hair. He was the cutest baby ever. Of course, I was impartial. Eduardo and Dolly hit it off. It was fun having 2 peacocks, and I swear Eduardo started to like me. I think he was thankful I brought a woman into his life. He's much happier now. They roam the grounds, carefree, without a single worry in the world. I was on the set working when I got a nice surprise. I smiled as Marcus walked up to me carrying Dylan. "Hey, you guys came to the set," I said. I kissed Marcus, then Dylan. When my darling baby boy grinned at me, my heart melted. I laughed. "Hey, his shirt is on backward." "Sorry, hun, I was in a hurry," he said. "I didn't want to miss your lunch break." I grinned. "It's okay. You're doing great without a nanny." He smiled, then kissed me again. We agreed on no nannies or boarding school. Marcus was doing a great job, and I was so proud of him. "Want to grab a bite to eat down the street?" I said. "I would love to," Marcus answered. I stared into Marcus's eyes as so many thoughts consumed me. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I tried to blink them away. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Bad day at work, honey?" "No," I said. He touched my cheek. "Then what, baby?" "Well, it's just that everything is perfect. Absolutely perfect. I got the role of a lifetime. A wonderful husband, a beautiful son, and 2 peacocks. My life is absolutely perfect." He kissed my lips, soft and tender. "And so is mine." The end. This has been The Billionaire's Fake Girlfriend, Part 3. Written by Sierra Rose. Narrated by Marion Hussey. Copyright 2016 by Sierra Rose. Production copyright 2016 by Sierra Rose.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.